Alright, let's start a new game.
In the name of my health and yours, Holmes, stop smoking so much. There is more fog in our apartment than in the street.
You are right, Watson, but this evening is never ending, and I have nothing to do but make smoke rings. A
Bit
more
loud.
amusing pastime would suit better, but my doctor is against it.
Perhaps a little tune on the violin.
My heart is not in it tonight, Watson. Have you noticed how this cigarette burns? Would you not say it is like a life being consumed? How many lives will end tonight in London? How many crimes will be committed within the life of a single cigarette? Ah, the vanity of existence. It is but complaints and smoke, the meagre panache of its sickly soul.
The tobacco is giving you very somber thoughts. I am certain that this inactivity will not last. Let's retire. You'll be in better humour tomorrow.
Reason speaks. Let's to bed.
What keeps going on there? Okay, when all these cutscenes are done, I'm gonna lower the volumes. Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. Interesting, very cool. Whitechapel, London. 31st of August, 1888, 3:20 a.m. That's a lot of people out for 3:20 in the morning. What are y'all doing?
Come this way, my lovely. We'll have a right good time.
Oh God.
Wait, let me help you.
Oh God.
Oh, it's my hair that pleases you.
Oh God! Holy shit! I didn't think that we would see the Murderers. Holy shit. Ah! This VOD's totally getting demonetized. So now the next day, September 1st.
The news is as dark as the sky, Holmes. An inquest has been opened into the murder of a poor woman in the East End. The unfortunate girl was discovered last night, lying in the street,
Wouldn't
still
that have
warm.
technically have
murderer
been
was filled with an
September
incredible
1st then? The same
savagery.
day?
Oh, the article gave me shivers down my
Or
spine.
maybe not. I don't know.
The inspectors in charge of the case don't seem to have even the slightest lead. A similar murder took place less than a month ago.
Ah, love. A romantic walk, a kiss in the moonlight, a polite refusal, a terrible anger, and a hanging.
This area of Whitechapel is a disgrace to London. The government should take serious note of what is going on there.
Whitechapel? This woman was found in Whitechapel?
Yes, indeed. Bucks Row, to be specific.
Then it was not a question of romance, but of commerce. Unless these women actually take pleasure in the vice, the female nature is completely...
Holmes, do you hear yourself?
You better watch
A
yourself.
woman is dead under unspeakable circumstances. No less than any other, she was a human and one of Her Majesty's subjects. None of these streetwalkers of which you speak have any other way to survive but by selling their bodies. You know as well as I that our era is not a gentle one, and these women don't have much to look forward to. Some grace, if you would. Do not refuse them your compassion.
Do not say
Yeah,
another
Dr.
word, my
Watson!
dear Watson. We shall leave immediately for Whitechapel.
To the scene of the crime?
No, I think it would be better to arrive there a bit later once night has fallen. At the moment, the spot will be overrun by police officers and spectators. It will be impossible to investigate properly.
Then where are we going, Holmes?
The best thing to do would be to head to the police station and attempt to get a copy of the preliminary reports.
But the article in the Star seemed quite complete to me.
You must know, Watson, that journalists often draw conclusions from the facts without a proper understanding of how to do this delicate task. We must obtain the reports from the inspector in charge, as well as those from the coroner.
Very well, Holmes, but all the same.
It seems to me that I have a map of London somewhere, Watson. Can you find it and locate Whitechapel while I get ready?
You are too kind, Holmes. Searching through your mess?
Too kind, too kind. Okay, hold up. Oh. You control Dr. Watson. To move in the game, just left click on the destination you want to reach. Double click to make him run. Beautiful. First... You turn that down a smidge. 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 Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. Resume. How do I look at all of my stuff? Okay, this came back up. So here we have our dialogue. We have our items. Dialogues, documents, which it popped up on here. Notes. The notes don't contain any new items. They're only meant to expand upon the facts already stated. Map we don't have yet. Okay, so in the Star, this is what he was talking about. Special edition, the Whitechapel Horror. The third crime of a man who must be a maniac. Women lured to by streets to be butchered. The latest victim identified. Opening of the inquest. Great local excitement. The victim of the latest Whitechapel horror. The woman who was found yesterday morning in Bucks Row, completely disemboweled and with her head nearly gashed from her body, was for a time completely unknown. As the news of the murder spread, however, first one woman and then another came forward to view the body, and at length it was found that a woman answering the description of the murdered woman had lodged in a common lodging house, 18 Thrall Street, Spitalfields, probably. Whatever. Women from that place were fetched, and they identified the deceased as Polly, who had shared a room with 3 other women in the place on the usual terms of such houses. Nightly payment of 4D each. I don't know what that means. Each woman having a separate bed. It was gathered that the deceased had led the life of an unfortunate while lodging in the house, which was only for about 3 weeks past. Nothing more was known of her by them, but that when she presented herself for her lodging on Thursday night, she was turned away by the deputy because she had not the money. She was then the worse for drink, but not drunk, and turned away laughing, saying, "I'll soon get my DOS money. See what a jolly bonnet I've got now." She was wearing a bonnet, which she had not been seen with before, and left the lodging house door. Here we go. A woman of the neighborhood saw her later. She told the police even as late as 2:30 on Friday morning in Whitechapel Road. Opposite the church and at the corner of Osborne Street, and at 3:45 she was found within 500 yards of the spot murdered. The people of the lodging house knew her as Polly, but at 7:30 last evening, a woman named Mary Ann Monk, at present an inmate of Lambeth Workhouse, was taken to the mortuary and identified the body as that of Mary Ann Nichols, also called Polly Nichols. She knew her, she said, as they were inmates of the Lambeth Workhouse together in April and May last. the deceased having been passed there from another workhouse. Hi, Piep! How are you? Welcome! On the 12th of May, according to Monk, Nichols left the workhouse to take a situation as a servant at Ingleside Wandsworth Common. It afterwards became known that Nichols betrayed her trust as a domestic servant by stealing £3 from her employer and absconding. Damn. From that time, she had been wandering about. Monk met her, she said, about 6 weeks ago when herself out of the workhouse and drank with her. I'm a little lost. She was sure the deceased was Polly Nichols, and having twice viewed the features as the body lay in a shell, maintained her opinion. There is a terribly significant similarity between this ghastly crime and the two mysterious murders of women which have occurred in the same district within the last 3 months. In each case, the victim has been a woman of abandoned character. Each crime has been committed in the dark hours of the morning, and more important still, as pointing to one man, and that man a maniac, being the culprit, each murder has been accompanied by hideous mutilation. In the second case, that of the woman Martha Turner, it will be remembered that no fewer than 30 stabs were inflicted. The scene of this murder was George Yard, a place appropriately known locally as the slaughterhouse. Oh, God. As in both other cases, there was in this not the slightest clue to the murderer. No one was known to have any motive for causing the woman's death. She parted from her husband and had lived with a man named Turner, but the searching coroner's inquiry revealed nothing connecting either with the crime. It was fancied that some of her many wounds had been caused by a bayonet, and she was said to have been seen with a soldier shortly before her death. You've never tried this one, Piep? I'm hoping it'll go smoothly. It's still kind of similar to Nemesis and The Awakened. This one didn't have as many bad reviews on Steam as the other two, though. But I wanted to try it before I tried Crimes and Punishment, because I guess that one is when things start to like change in the game. So if I were to test that one first and then go back and play this one, it might feel like really janky because it's older than that one, if any of that makes sense. Some soldiers were paraded at the tower, and one was said to have been identified by a policeman as having been waiting about George Yard just about the time of the murder. But nothing came of it. The first murder, which, strangely enough, did not rouse much interest, was committed in Osborne Street. The woman in that case was alive when discovered, but unconscious, and she died in the hospital without recovering her senses. Consequently, she was unable to whisper a word to put the police on the track of her fiendish assailant, and her murder has remained a mystery. All 3 crimes have been committed within a very small radius. Each of the ill-lighted thoroughfares to which the women were decoyed to be foully butchered are off-turnings from Whitechapel Road, and all are within half a mile. The fact that these 3 tragedies have been committed within such a limited area are so strangely alike in their details is forcing on all minds the conviction that they are the work of some cool, cunning man with a mania for murder. Isn't there a band called Whitechapel? There was no new light thrown on the case this morning. At 9 o'clock, the body of deceased was removed from the mortuary to an improvised operating room on the premises, and Dr. Ralph Lulewin, sorry, I don't know why I can't pronounce that, made a post-mortem examination. The object of the examination was to determine if possible, the order in which the various cuts were made. It is evident from the cuts in the throat that the head was bent back by the murderer before the knife was used. Oh, God. Whether the other mutilation took place before or after death remains to be settled, as also the position in which the woman lay when the deed done. There were several questions of this kind, which may throw light on the case, notably the small quantity of blood at the place where she was found and the fact that there must have been much of it somewhere else. Oh, so maybe he moved her body? At present, clues to the murder are entirely lacking, and the location of the place where the deed was done was the first point necessary to establish. Ah! Okay, I've already forgotten what he's making us do again. We need to find a map. There it is.
A map of London, at last. Let's see. The district of Whitechapel.
Oh my word. Okay. Okay, so I just have to worry about the big bubbles. Is this an accurate map of London? Yep, I like how in this one, because when we were playing The Awakened, the cursor was his like little tobacco pipe. This one is a bloody knife. A bloody knife. Sorry. Map of Whitechapel. Oh my word. Police station. Ooh, this is already looking and feeling a bit better. So we can zoom. Oh. Ah. So good. In this game, you can change your playing perspective at will. Press R key or the middle mouse button to switch between first person. We'll do it just to get rid of that. I don't want to stay in first person. I was looking up fucking motion sickness glasses today to see if it would help with playing first-person games, and we concluded that they probably are helpful for motion sickness, but not from gaming. I don't know how I get through this. I know that in the actual Sherlock Holmes address, there's a museum about him. Really, like on Baker Street, like the real Baker Street in London. Press space button for a dynamic help and see all accessible items from your current position. You can use this button from both perspective modes. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Oh, that's really cool, Piap.
Treaty on Cornish, the Celtic dialect of Cornwall. And here, medieval pottery. How can Holmes possibly read such things?
I like when games utilize, or I guess in this case, they utilize the address from the game to make something relevant for the game, if that makes sense. I think about that every time I play a Nancy Drew game where I'm like, I feel like they had to have used like real life things for the stories and stuff that they're telling in there, potentially.
Switzerland, a charming country. Perhaps Holmes and I shall investigate one day.
Jimmy and I were just talking about wanting to go to Switzerland. We want to take a train through like
This is how
through the
Holmes
Alps and
stores
stuff.
his post. Thank goodness his clients don't see this.
Okay, so these must be the ones that I haven't done yet.
Holmes's violin. He doesn't play nearly enough, if you ask me.
This one looks more modern, but it doesn't, probably didn't get a remaster. Still kind of modern compared to the other two. I agree, Piet. It is feeling a little bit more.
Colonel Gordon, during the last adventure of the resident patient.
Resident patient. Resident patient. Resident evil. I'm gonna spam this button a lot. I apologize.
Holmes uses this old Persian slipper to hold his pipe tobacco.
Oh, it is a slipper right there.
This is the harpoon that pierced the sailor Peter the Black. Bizarre little relic.
Wow, Watson knows a lot of stuff.
Have you found the map of London, Watson? Come, my friend, it can't be too far. Be sure to locate the police station in Whitechapel we must get to.
Understood, Holmes.
Do I need it in my inventory then for him to... I did locate it. He probably wants me to do a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'm appreciating that it is point and click, but that you can also do first person if you want. I just can't. I can't do it. I tried. Like, the fucking glasses I was looking up today, they are the goofiest fucking glasses I've ever seen in my life. And I was born in the 90s, okay? I've seen some goofy looking glasses, okay? That carried over from the 80s.
Well, well. Holmes has received some French champagne.
And I was like, but you know what?
With a card. A gift from a young admirer.
If it would help me,
Signed, Raoul.
I would wear them on stream.
Who on earth could that be?
We would all get a good laugh together. They were interesting though. I don't know if they really would have worked for gaming.
The Adventure of the Dancing Men. I remember it well.
The Adventure of the Dancing Men. Oh, the more stuff.
Holmes's experiment table. The Queen's initials done in bullet holes. Good old Holmes.
Oh my god, I want to see it. The Queen's initials done in bullet holes. I see an R. What's the other one? Well, at least he talked about the bullet holes this time. Okay, will he come out of the room now?
Have you found the map of London, Watson? Come, my friend, it can't be too far. Be sure to locate the police station in Whitechapel we must get to.
Understood, Holmes.
What do you want me to do? You want me to click on this?
I found the map, Holmes.
Oh.
And I was able to locate the Whitechapel police station.
Congratulations, Watson. Come, the game is afoot. You can read the article to me on the way.
I don't know what that flash is in between.
In Whitechapel.
Not very bright. What cold. Brr, a typical London morning.
Come, Watson, let's find this police station.
You control Sherlock Holmes. Cool. I kind of want to save. Because I'm nervous.
Then quickly, let's get to the police station.
Somebody just left a baby outside. Oh, isn't the police station right in front of our face? You silly gooses.
Well, this station isn't very well kept, I say.
It's a local outpost, Watson. The daily tasks that confront these constables are not the easiest, and they are poorly paid.
Is the volume okay? It was quite loud earlier and I turned it down a little bit.
This police station is like a laundry. What a scandal.
Oh my god, Watson, right in front of the guy's face.
Look, a suspect description. Michael Ostrog, wanted for questioning.
Perfect, thank you so much,
Dangerous.
Pip.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello, I would like to speak with the Chief Inspector, if you please.
Constable Humphreys here. I am the only one in at the moment. What do you want with the Chief?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am...
Sherlock Holmes? The detective that I read about in the papers? Well, that's a treat, that is. You come about the Buck Road case, have you?
Indeed, we...
Not at all. We were just passing by chance. You say that there was a crime recently.
You don't know? You must be the only folk in London who haven't heard.
It won't be long until you find the culprit, no doubt.
Nothing is less certain. Suspects, 0. Clues, 0. It's not good for us, especially not in this district.
Oh, what's this?
Listen, this isn't what I came here for, but if I can be of service, in a confidential capacity, of course, if you can entrust me with a copy of the preliminary reports, I could study them and return later with my conclusions.
It's just that these are official documents. I can't take a decision like that without the inspectors.
The sooner we know the facts in the file, the sooner we can be of help, my friend.
Say, if you are Sherlock Holmes, you can find anything, isn't that true? With your magnifying glass, footprints.
My performances are often embellished by my biographer.
Oh, good, good. I will give you the reports, but could you do me a small favour first? During my rounds, I dropped a leather folder containing some papers. Nothing of importance, but it's a big mistake. I would go looking for it myself, but I am stuck here on duty. I must have lost
Duty.
it near the seedy boarding house not far from here. Left when you leave the courtyard and left again in the lane. Perhaps you could go ask around.
Oh, I like this. Goodbye.
We shall see what we can do.
We gotta make a double left. See, I don't know what that thing is in
Are we
between.
going to go look for these documents?
Why not? It'll give us an occasion to
It
take
like
a tour
flashes
of the
really
district, Watson.
quickly. Near the boarding house, left when you leave the courtyard, and left again in the lane. I don't remember what button is for the map. What is the courtyard? This? Left when you... It's probably this. Left when we leave the courtyard. And left again when we leave the lane. There's not enough lefts. There's not enough lefts. This is probably the courtyard, yeah? I don't know, dude. I don't speak British. Guess we'll make a left. We'll just keep making lefts. Oh, we can talk to people.
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a left up there, isn't it? Left again? Oh, God. Listen. I'm from Detroit. I've seen some shit. I don't know if I'd exactly even want to turn down here. This alleyway looked fucking scary.
What are we doing, Holmes?
I agree, Piep. It does feel the atmosphere does feel way darker in this one. Like I said, I turned down this alley and I'm scared. I guess this wasn't the right one.
Excuse me, my good man.
What are you looking for? Chicks, opium, girl, sailor?
Okay, well, you didn't even give me an opportunity to ask. Nope, I didn't mean to click on you.
I have nothing to ask.
Oh, this one came out on Xbox 360? Not bad.
Good day, sir. You wouldn't happen to have seen a leather folder on
I
the
guess we
ground
found it.
around here, would you?
Good day, gentlemen. Finley, caretaker of this building. Here to serve. And yes, less than an hour ago. But some of the local urchins picked it up and God only knows where it might be now.
That's unfortunate. This police bag contained documents that the local police will miss.
You're inspectors.
Not at all. I am Dr. Watson, and this is Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes, the great detective. You must be here about last night's murder. Have you discovered the identity of the poor woman?
Indeed, I'd only to read the papers.
Mine is dated from this morning, and it does not say who it is.
Oh, not even on PlayStation? It's weird because when I was actually looking up the category on Twitch, it did show one that was remastered. I don't think this one is though, but it might be. It didn't say remastered in the title when I bought it.
I'm not really engaged in this case, but if I can help the police, I will do so willingly.
Oh, to be sure. I've been told that Inspector Aberline is in charge. A very capable man.
So, according to you, I have no chance of finding this folder then?
Indeed. But I, on the other hand, should be able to find it. Do me a favour, in exchange. A vagrant comes almost every night to sleep in one of the nooks not far from my windows. He coughs, howls, sometimes even
Oh, great, we gotta
sings.
beat a guy up.
He's quite hefty and I don't dare approach him. I've lost 3 tenants because of him. If it's you who speaks to the police, they will take this matter more seriously. Tell them about the captain. They'll know who you're talking about. In the meantime, I'll find your police bag.
Mainly because it's in 4x3. Is that because of the black bars on the side? Because I did that. When I started the game up, it was totally stretched to my PC monitor. So I dropped the resolution a little bit. Okay, so this is a different paper from the same day, though. Another Whitechapel mystery. Horrible murder in Bucks Row, Whitechapel. Scarcely... Yeah, I did do it on purpose, yeah. Because it looks so stretched, so I just dropped it from the resolution that I was on down to, like, I think it's like 1920 by whatever. So this is... I did this because it looks a lot better. It was really stretched on my monitor. So yeah, I did do that. Scarcely has the horror and sensation caused by the discovery of the murdered woman in Whitechapel some short time ago had time to abate when another discovery is made, which, for the brutality exercised on the victim, is even more shocking and will no doubt create as great a sensation in the vicinity as its predecessor. The affair up to the present is enveloped in complete mystery, and the police have yet no evidence to trace the perpetrators of the horrible deed. The facts are that Constable John Neal was walking down Bucks Row, Thomas Street, Whitechapel, about 3:45 on Friday morning, when he discovered a woman between 35 and 40 years of age lying on the side of the street with her throat cut right open from ear to ear. Oh, God. The instrument with which the deed was done traversing the throat from left to right. The wound was about 2 inches wide and blood was flowing profusely. Oh, God. I didn't know it was going to be this graphic. Granted, when the cutscene happened earlier, it wasn't graphic, but it still was like, oh, my God, I can't believe... holy crap. She was discovered lying in a pool of blood. She was immediately conveyed to the Whitechapel mortuary when it was found that besides the wound on the throat, the lower part of the abdomen was completely ripped open with the bowels protruding. The wound extends nearly to her breast and must have been affected with a large knife. As the corpse lies in the mortuary, it presents a ghastly sight. The victim seems to be between 35 and 40 years of age and measures 5 feet 2 inches in height. The hands are bruised and bear evidence of having engaged in a severe struggle. There is the impression of a ring having been worn on one of the deceased fingers, but there is nothing to show that it had been wrenched from her in a struggle. Some of the front teeth have also been knocked out, and the face is bruised on both cheeks and very much discolored. Deceased wore a rough brown ulster with large buttons in front. Her clothes are torn and cut up in several places, bearing evidence of the ferocity with which the murder was committed. The only way by which the police can prosecute an inquiry at present is by finding someone who can identify the deceased and then, if possible, trace those to whose company she was last seen. So that means that this one that we read earlier, the Star, had more, had some more evidence than this one that this guy, I believe this guy had given us. Sometimes you do go visit the morgue. I don't know if in this one, but it's possible. That is interesting. I'm getting really excited to like play some of the other ones and see how the detective like skills change up from game to game. In Bucks Row, naturally the greatest excitement prevails, and several persons in the neighborhood state that an affray occurred shortly after midnight, but no screams were heard nor anything beyond what might have been considered evidence of an ordinary brawl. In any case, the police unfortunately will have great difficulty in bringing to justice the murderer or murderers. Great fire at the London warehouses. So this is a separate story. A fire broke out shortly before 9 o'clock on Thursday night in one of the huge warehouses of the London warehouses. The warehouses were closed as usual at 4 in the afternoon, and there are then few persons except the night policemen and firemen left on the premise. At about 8:30, a smell of fire was noticed, and shortly afterwards, there was an immense burst of flames from the top of one of the vast buildings right in the center of the warehouses. The volume of the fire was terrific, but at 9 o'clock, the authorities of the fire brigade had heard nothing of the occurrence. Shortly afterwards, an alarm was given at the Whitechapel station, and the officials of the brigade instantly ordered every steamer to proceed to the scene, and the circulation of the news amongst the other stations caused steamers to be sent on from every district in London. On arrival of the engines, it was found that a fire of enormous strength was raging on the upper floors of a great building about 150 yards long and half as broad. The flames could not have broken out in a more dangerous part of the warehouses than the site of this fire, the South Quay warehouses. They were crammed with colonial produce on the upper floors and brandy and gin in the lower floors. Through the great iron-barred windows, the fire could be seen raging like a furnace, and the enormous tongues of bluish and yellowish flames, which consistently burst up with great roars, pointed to the fact that spirits were aiding the progress of the flames. Yeah, like the blue part of a flame is actually like the hottest part of the flame, right? The scene at 10:30 was an imposing one. In the enormous warehouses crammed with goods of incalculable value, the vast buildings on every side, and with great vessels in the wet warehouses, firemen, policemen, and dock workers were either watching or aiding in endeavoring to extinguish the fire, while an enormous crowd gathered round the great gates and gazed at the progress of the fire from a distance. I'm wondering if this was used as a distraction of some sort, then, for the murders.
Let's go to the police station.
Let's go to the police station. What button was my, radio? What button was my map button? But that's not the right one. Map is C. Okay. Oh no! Is C. We'll go back to the police station. Some of the mechanics of the modern ones are also very similar to those of the Agatha Christie games. Woo! I can't wait to play those too. I'm still trying to figure out, do I want to play the games first or read the books first? Oh.
Her Majesty Queen Victoria. What would she think of this mess?
Ah, so the initials, I was wondering, so I was like, it looks like VR, and at the time it would be a totally different queen, because I was always just thinking about Queen Elizabeth. But this is way before fucking Queen Elizabeth's time. Holy shite.
These archives are impressive. I bet they have been carefully conserved, classified and indexed in order to follow the evolution of criminality in this area with extreme precision. Wouldn't you say, Holmes?
Given their condition, more likely for lighting the furnace, Watson.
I was gonna say, they don't look like they were kept all that well, and they literally have it's locked, okay? But the bars are wide enough that anyone could reach in and just grab that stuff.
What do you think, Holmes?
But nice try, Watson. You're doing a great job. I don't know if I can go back here.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
Ooh, fancy that. I guess we'll go talk to this guy.
So, gentlemen, have you found my police bag?
Captain.
Not quite yet. Do you know a vagrant who goes by the name of the Captain?
Captain? Yes, an old sailor, strong as a Turk and tattooed from head to toe. The drink has turned him into a derelict.
He appears to be causing some problems for the caretaker of the building at the end of the street.
What do you want us to do? Every night, stairwells, halls and porches become public dormitories, and people don't only come to sleep. I believe this man has a niece who puts him up sometimes. Her lodgings are in Commercial Street, right after the alley with the boarding house. You won't forget my folder, will you?
Do you believe this woman will agree to have her uncle stay with her?
No idea. Oh well, let's go see her just the same.
So I think this game came out in like 2008, 2009 maybe? These are in Commercial Street right after the alley with the boarding house. Okay. So we gotta go this way. So this was the alley with the boarding house. Oh, is it this?
There. This
Oh.
is where the niece of the captain must live.
Map?
Good day, miss. Would you happen to be the niece of the man known as the captain?
Oh, yes, that would be me. What has he done this time? He isn't... Oh my god, I'm on my way.
2009. I don't want to think that 2009 is a far away. Sorry, I'm trying to think of how I want to word this. I don't want to think that 2009 is old, because that's the year I graduated high school. It's not old and it's not far, okay? I'm just having a little bit of an identity crisis.
Miss, we have come to ask if you could have your uncle come live with you. He sleeps under the windows of a boarding house, causes the caretaker no end of problems.
I know. I've lodged him for a while, and he was the same here. My landlord made me kick him out. I'm ashamed, you know. I never should have, given the state of his health. He coughs day and night.
Yeah, that's why they're complaining about it, is because he coughs all
There
night.
might be a way to calm his cough. I am a doctor. I could examine him.
Oh, Dr. Watson!
Clinic. But the medicine costs too much. I can hardly pay my rent.
We will see to it. Where might your uncle be found?
I don't know. He must be in the vicinity, but I don't know exactly where.
We will find him.
Holmes, this is serious. Find an alcoholic in Whitechapel. A needle in a haystack would be easier.
Come, dear doctor, let's trust to our lucky star. Moreover, we also have our informers, remember?
Are you referring to those brats to whom you are always giving charity?
Exactly. My secret police. Some of them must surely roam in this area. It suffices to find them.
That shit was fucking funny. Okay, they showed me a little paper boy, but I don't know where the fuck he is. Unfair that they didn't make a PlayStation version. I know, that seems so weird. They started with the Testament of Sherlock Holmes on PlayStation. I played both PS3 and PS4 versions. I think I can find that. Why can't I go any further? Is this where the road ends? I think I can find that on Steam. Oh god. Is that the kid? Oops.
You ain't from around here. You shouldn't stay here. It ain't healthy.
Okay, I guess that ain't the kid. Yeah, I did have a bundle. Is this the kid? I returned it because I already knew a few of them I wasn't gonna play because the reviews were so bad.
No time to talk, Governor. I've done my keep.
Commercial Street.
Commercial Street?
Commercial Street.
Commercial Street. I don't know what kid they showed me. Oh god. Oh god. We're running into people. What is this noise? And we're back at the police station. Did we just go in a circle? Maybe we go down this way?
Commercial Street.
That's not all you can say. Oh, there's that fucking kid.
Hello, young man. How are you?
I recognize him. It's the lad who sells newspapers, who is always calling outside our windows at Baker Street early in the morning.
Well, he
Hello,
gets
Mr.
around.
Holmes. It's a treat to see you again. What can I do?
Would you happen to know an old sailor who goes by the name of the Captain? A poor man who hits the bottle a bit hard.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. He's there at the end of the street. Round to the left he is. But be careful. He can be a tough customer, that one.
Very good, my young man. The doctor will give you a little something. Watson?
Huh? I say, Holmes.
Is he always such a skinful with you, Mr. Holmes? Well, thanks to you, Mr. Holmes. Anytime you need me.
So, does he always make Watson pay?
I can hear someone coughing more than is natural, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. The poor man cannot be too
Oh
far
god,
away.
he's got tuberculosis. He's got tuberculosis. I can't say it. It's like playing Red Dead Redemption all over again. Which guy was coughing? He does make Watson pay all the time? Oh, that guy's coughing. That's so funny.
If, in order to listen to us, this man imposes as condition that we find his pet cockroach, there will be another murder in Whitechapel today, Watson. Yours.
He is in a critical state, Holmes. He has barely a month left.
Is there a way, dear doctor, to ensure that this last month passes in silence?
Really, Holmes, sometimes you... Oh, really? I will make note of some medicine to get immediately that will relieve his pain.
Very well. I will locate an apothecary or a clinic.
Clinic. We can just fast travel. Dead end. Is that where we're at? Yeah, that's gotta be. Well, it looks
This
like
building is a clinic.
Sherlock dispensary. Sick. Looks like Sherlock's gonna have to pay for something himself. It's crazy how, like, you know, I feel like in other places, like here, like you go to a dispensary, it's kind of like what it would be considered like a pharmacy here, maybe. Dispensaries here are not what people would think that they are. But they're cool. And illegal where I live.
Good day, sir. Dr. Gibbons. You aren't from around these parts.
Indeed, Doctor. It
does
is for
everyone know
someone from
that?
your neighbourhood that I am here, though. His doctor asked that I acquire some medicine on his behalf. I have the note here.
Dr. Watson? Not from round here neither. This medication is quite dear. Certain documents are necessary to obtain them for free.
I don't have it. You'll have to accept my spare change. Will it be enough?
Enough to relieve your patient for a month. Would you like me to make this prescription available after that time?
According to Dr. Watson, that won't be necessary.
The possibility of a recovery?
A definitive one, yes.
There, sir.
Thank you. It's rather quiet here.
An unusual chain of events. The majority of the people hereabouts went out last night to see the great fire at the warehouse. The patients that I was minding and my staff were no exception. The former were dramatically healed, and the latter ended up sick. And with the murder last night, most of the people who weren't working wandered over to the scene of the crime. Their little aches and pains will wait until tonight or tomorrow.
A squalid murder, it would seem.
Just like what this area has become.
All right, ta-ta.
My thanks, Doctor.
Not at all.
Okie dokie, yep. I just want to look around and see if there's anything I can explore. Nope. Okay, back to the guy.
Find the medicine, Holmes. We must make haste.
Oh. I have it.
Here is the medication, Watson. Is our man movable?
He should be able to stand in a few minutes and will no longer be suffering from his cough before long.
Consider the affair resolved. Accompany him to his niece's while I return to the boarding house, and then join me at the police station. Let's return to the boarding house.
Thank you. This one's already going a lot smoother. Like, he's already, like, filling me in on things that I should be doing versus the last one where I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Very good, very good.
I have good news for you, Mr. Finley. We have sent a captain to stay with a relative, and he shouldn't bother you for a while.
I also have some good news. I have your police bag.
Nice.
Thank you. I bid you good day.
Oh, it was nothing. Tell me, one of my wife's friends lost...
Another day, Finley. Another day. Let's go to the police station.
Yes.
So, what news do you have, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I gotta have it. Okay.
Are you sure it's the police bag that you lost?
Yes, but someone attempted to force it open. They didn't succeed, but now the lock is stuck. Perhaps you could...
Let's see.
Uh-oh, what do I do? Oh my god, we have a puzzle! What am I doing? You think I have to match one? Okay, so these are just 2, 4, and 5. Oh. I don't know how they're supposed to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe? Here, let me look up because I don't know how I'm supposed to know what the combination is. What the fuck? Okay. So I looked it up. It says to turn the bottom right wheel 2 times. Okay. The bottom left wheel 2 times. The bottom right wheel 1 time. The bottom left wheel 2 times. And finally, the top wheel 2 times.
All done.
Okay, so it went
Ah,
1,
a
2,
big
3,
thank
4,
you,
5,
Mr.
6 on the
Holmes.
bottom.
Think nothing of it, my friend.
I guess I kind of knew that, but not really. Not really. That would have taken me a while.
So, the reports.
Why don't you wait till the inspectors get back? You would certainly learn more.
If I wanted to meet the inspectors, I would have done so. So, give me the preliminary reports, and above all, do not mention my visit to anyone. Is that clear?
Sure, if that's what you want. Here are the reports.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh shit, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to go and
The
save.
preliminary reports.
Yes.
We'll read them in a
on the
second.
go. Let's to the scene of the crime at Bucks Row, Watson.
At Bucks Row. I just want to make sure I keep saving. Welcome back, Piep. Piep, we just did a combination lock puzzle. And I had no idea what they wanted me to do, so I googled. But it was an interesting puzzle. I'm glad that there are puzzles. No notes yet. Documents. Preliminary reports of the death of Polly Nichols. Death of Polly Nichols, 31st of August, 1888. Autopsy report by Dr. Henry. Surgeon. Wasn't his name something different before? It was something different before. It was Ralph. I know it was Ralph. Her throat had been cut from left to right. 2 distinct cuts being on the left side. The windpipe, gullet, and spinal cord being cut through. A bruise apparently of a thumb being on the right lower jaw. Also one on the left cheek. The abdomen had been cut open from the center of the bottom of the ribs. The along right side under the pelvis to the left of the stomach. And there the wound was jagged. The omentum or coating of the stomach was also cut in several places. And 2 small stabs on private parts apparently done with a strong bladed knife. Supposed to have been done by some left-handed person, death being almost instantaneous. I agree, Pia. Puzzles are always approved. I was very happy to see that. We got a puzzle. But then I was like, what do they want? So I just Googled the code really quick. Where the fuck am I going? Honestly, I don't think I know.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay, well, I guess we don't go that way.
If you have the means, I can let you pass before everyone. But behind me.
Oh my god, Dr. Watson wasn't joking. They are all drunk.
Commercial Street.
Maybe I'll check my map. Does it have a spot? Here it is. Clinic. Scene of... Okay, we can just fast travel. Beautiful. I'm already liking this game a lot better.
Bucks Row.
Bucks Row.
But what are all these people doing here, Holmes?
Apparently they came to see the scene of the crime.
What about us? Aren't we going to see it?
We will return this evening, Watson. The circumstances should be ideal for carrying out our little experiments. Well, Watson, we're at the scene
Later.
of the Polly Nichols murder. Imagine the victim lying at the spot where she was found and try to discern all of the clues we can. Watson, you are a writer. I am therefore entrusting you with our deduction board. It will help us to establish certain facts.
Understood, Holmes.
Deduction board. Okay.
No marks on the ground.
Oh my god, what is this? Murder of Polly Nichols, Bucks Row deduction board. No footsteps found on the ground. Do I keep looking on here? Scotland Yard!
The ground is muddy.
Ground is muddy.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
Oh my god! Okay. I didn't know that this was gonna happen.
The tongue is swollen.
Tongue is swollen.
There is a bruise at the level of the right maxilla. The throat was slit from left to right. There are 2 incisions. The throat was slit from left to right. A small pool of blood, 6 inches in diameter.
Do we think that's it?
There's a bruise on the left cheek. No signs of blood.
No signs of blood?
There is a black bonnet near the left hand. The body was lying on its back, legs straight and slightly apart. The skirt had been lifted up to the middle of the body. The left hand was touching the barn door. The body was still warm. Let's reread the preliminary report for the details on the wounds inflicted upon this poor woman.
Yikes. Okay, how do I get to my deduction? Ooh, deduction board. So what are these gonna be, I wonder? Oh. Oh, I gotta put these in places? Where do I put them? How do I know where they go? What is this? Help. Okay. You must deduce the facts based on the observations that you made at the crime scenes. Click on an observation on the left side of the screen and position it in one of the spaces in the center. Boxes containing an arrow appear on the screen. Boxes containing an arrow. What does that mean? By clicking on an arrow, 3 possible deductions will display. You must choose one. Once all of the facts on the right side of the screen have a green outline, your deduction work on the murder at hand will be over. Very cool. The deduction board looks way more manual than the modern ones. Yeah, so I'm confused. How do I know what spots that they go in? So this one, no footsteps on the ground, must go here. Because it doesn't have the border around it. Like, I don't understand what that means. Two of them don't. No traces of blood on the walls. Okay. Oh, we have a string here. It says, he could not have had relations on the ground. The murderer threw water on the ground. There were relations on the ground. So these are deductions we have to try to come up with. Little pool of blood. Okay, so that one went up there. That one goes there. And that one goes there. The blood. So these ones, or this one, little pool of blood. The blood spurted. The blood didn't flow in strong spurts. The murderer wanted to drain the victim of her blood. Am I supposed to pick one? I'm scared. No traces of blood on the walls, and the victim had her throat slit. The wall was washed. The killer slit the victim's throat quietly. The victim didn't have her throat slit while standing. Ah, so I chose the deduction. The victim didn't have her throat slit while standing. We kind of did watch it, though. So we knew that she didn't have her throat slit while standing. A little pool of blood. What could we deduct from that? The blood spurted. The blood didn't flow in strong spurts. The murderer wanted to drain the victim of her blood. I would say the blood didn't flow in strong spurts. I don't know what happens if we choose the wrong one. Dirty and damp ground. I mean, I don't think the murderer threw water on the ground, but there does look like this is like... Oh no, maybe that's not a watering thing. He could not have had relations on the ground. There were relations on the ground. Maybe we can change these later on. Polly Nichols wasn't killed here. Polly Nichols was dead before being stretched out and having her throat slit. She was killed by having her throat slit. See, I don't know. What happens if we're wrong? I feel like I'm making deductions too early. He definitely... I don't know, but yes, usually you can change and swap stuff if needed. Okay. I just feel like I'm going ahead too far, but we kind of watched the cutscene like, you know, I don't think she was dead before this, but... I don't know. I don't know if she was killed here or not. That isn't a whole lot of blood. I feel like it would be more. I wasn't gonna say that they weren't killed here. So here's another board. I guess we'll see where the things go. Corpse was still warm though. So the corpse was still warm. No footsteps on the ground. The murderer cut open Holly's throat. The victim was dumped. The murderer warmed the victim up. The victim wasn't dragged. I'm kind of thinking she was dumped. The tongue was bloated, and then the victim had a bruise on the right jawbone. Murderer beat the victim. Bruise was caused by hard pressure with the fingers. The murderer gagged the victim by gripping tightly. I did see that. So, Polly Nichols' murder took place in the daytime. Murder took place on the premises. The murderer moved Polly Nichols here. I think that they did. I don't know, because they did kill her on the ground, but she was strangled, she was poisoned, she was suffocated. She was strangled. Ah, so that's correct, because it's in green. Interesting. So are these not correct because they're not in green? But this isn't red. Or this isn't green. Ah, okay, so all of these are correct now. Okay, so she wasn't killed. Okay, so she was dead before having her throat cut. I don't know if this... Okay, so if I change this, then it... Okay, so these were all correct then, to have that be correct. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything else? Nope, looks like we got it all.
What shall we do, Holmes?
Now what?
Bucks Row.
We did the deduction. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so once all the facts on the right side of the screen have a green outline, your deduction work on the murder at hand will be over. Okay. Now what do we do? It is evening, but we did this.
And so, Holmes?
There is only one streetlight lit on this street, Watson, and this spot is particularly poorly lit.
Oh, there was another deduction. Poorly lit street. Oh, we weren't done finding clues. Oh, I think we gotta find other things. Okay, there's nothing else.
This spot is deserted, Holmes. The prostitutes only come here to exercise.
Well, Watson, we have found all of the possible clues, I think. We will now attempt to recreate the scene of the murder. Come closer, Watson. I have to make you up.
What?
You are joking, Holmes. I feel ridiculous, Holmes.
Okay, it's just the makeup from... Okay.
Now, Watson, come and stand here in front of me. You shall play the role of the poor woman and I shall play that of the murderer. Let's try to reconstruct the facts to ensure the final result corresponds indisputably to the way that Polly Nichols was killed.
Got it, Pia. Oh my god, what are we doing? This is crazy. Yeah, I kind of like, once I found another thing and it added it to the board, I realized, oh, I don't think I found all the stuff that's needed for the board. Okay, what is this? Reenact Jack the Ripper's actions to determine how his victim was killed. The icons at the bottom of the screen will help you to choose the position of the victim, played by Dr. Watson, and the different possible actions of the killer, represented by Sherlock Holmes. From left to right, the icons represent position of the victim, recumbent or standing. Recumbent is laying flat on your stomach, or standing. Knife in the killer's hand, or barehanded. Which hand struck, left hand or right hand. Killer's blow zone, neck or stomach. And position of the killer compared with his victim. Okay, so what do I do? Do I just click play?
I hope that, as with the real murder, nobody had to witness all of that, Watson. If the murderer used his right hand astride his victim, there wasn't much room.
Oh, so I think if we have him standing, using hands first.
Yes, it's quite possible the events occurred like this.
Okay, hold on. We're getting deductions and stuff. I can't view it. What's this? Oh. Oh, now what?
No, I don't think that things went like that. The murderer didn't attempt to stab his victim in the stomach.
Didn't attempt to stab his victim in the stomach.
Sorry, Watson. No, the victim wasn't already lying down on the ground before dying.
So standing up with our hands.
Yes, it's quite possible the events occurred like this.
Should I close? How do I don't know. I want to keep reenacting, but I don't know if I have all the stuff. The murderer was standing in front of the victim to strangle her. The murderer gagged the victim by gripping tightly. The killer's right hand prevented the victim from screaming. There were relations while standing up. The killer's left hand prevented the victim from screaming. Left hand or right hand? I think because of where the fingertips were, it was probably the left hand. The killer strangled the victim with his right hand. Maybe these should be swapped. No. Okay. So we have these. The victim was holding her bonnet in her hand at the time of the murder. The bonnet was already on the ground. The victim wasn't cold. The victim was asking for alms? What? The victim wasn't afraid? She wasn't cautious. She didn't have a bonnet, or her bonnet... She had her bonnet in her hand and was ready to exercise. Okay. So do we think these aren't correct? So that's why that's not there? Because we haven't gotten anything over there. The victim has a bruise on the right jawbone, so that would be the left hand. Okay, maybe we're not done. So yeah, so that would be if he's standing up with bare hands. Let's do left hand and see if he places that.
This position is unlikely.
This position is unlikely. Right hand.
Yes, it's quite possible the events occurred like this.
Trying to get in there. So he strangled with his right hand. Strangled with right hand. Okay. And then standing up with the knife to the stomach. I know, poor Watson. I'm learning how to use this camera thing.
No, I don't think that things went like that. The murderer didn't attempt to stab his victim in the stomach.
Okay. What about the neck?
No, had the victim had her throat slit while standing, there would naturally be blood on the walls.
Good call, good call. So now we're down with our hands. Or now we're down with our knife. In the stomach?
No, I don't think that things went like that. The murderer didn't attempt to stab his victim in the stomach. Sorry, Watson. No, the victim wasn't already lying down on the ground before dying.
Okay, how do we get to this conclusion? We've used our hands.
No, there is no reason the murderer would be positioned like this. The grip would be awkward.
Mm-hmm. What about the back?
This position isn't very comfortable either.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's quite possible the events occurred like this.
Right, but how do I move on to the next step?
Sorry, Watson. No, the victim wasn't already lying down on the ground before dying.
So, what do you want from me? How do we progress? We didn't get anything else. So, the bruise was caused by pressure, so the killer's left hand prevented the victim from screaming. And the killer's right hand... The killer strangled the victim with his right hand. That is correct. I don't know. I'm gonna go back with this one. So he's like... Okay.
The murderer had enough room to inflict the wounds to the neck, and these wounds suggest the left hand was used.
Okay. So we needed that.
My dear Watson, now that we have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject them to our most likely hypotheses.
I was
in
using
order
the
to
wrong
deduce
hand.
The facts.
I was using the wrong hand. The murderer must have been sitting on the victim, knife in the left hand or right. So, throat was slit from left to right. So we already know that the killer's left hand was preventing the screaming. She was strangled. So their killer is left-handed. Killer had 2 knives, or the murderer's right-handed or left-handed. That's incorrect. Pinnacle. What is this one? Killer's a big man, and a strong man is a woman. So these are wrong because something here is wrong. Or this one is wrong. Okay, let me look at all the things that are going here. So the victim has a bruise on the right of the jawbone. The murderer gagged the victim by gripping tightly. This bruise was caused by the pressure of the fingers, which I think that that's more accurate. Okay, so we got that.
Probably dead before being
I never
laid
know
down.
which areas
Once
to
the heart stopped,
change, you know?
gravity drained the body slowly, not in a heavy spurt that would have stained half the street.
Thank you, Holmes. I understand why you told me not to change clothes. Do you realize that our behavior didn't alarm anyone?
The victim's ordeal was even more discreet. By acting in silence, we have confirmed something. The crime definitely took place here. The victim and her murderer were able to come here without making any noise, and afterwards the murder took place without the slightest cry being uttered. Come, Watson, let's go home. We have spent far too long in this sinister alley.
I
And
agree.
so, my dear Watson, the day and night which we passed in Whitechapel were enlightening, weren't they?
An adventure that I most certainly will never relate. To be in the skin of that poor woman. I prefer not to speak of it further. But have we really learned anything about the murderer? Obviously a man, given the necessary strength.
We have little to go on, at least no more than the police. But in my opinion, Inspector Aberline has a trick or two up his sleeve. No, I want to talk about the facts and what we can draw from them. We know where the crime was committed and under what conditions. I would like to ask you about the possible motives for the crime. According to you, Watson, what could have pushed the murderer to act in such a way?
Ooh, cool. What could have been the possible motives of the crime? Okay, so this is actually a puzzle. We can reset stuff. So no and yes. We can't move this. So revenge. Oh, this is reminding me of a Silent Hill 2 remake puzzle. How we put the things on. Revenge, love, theft, madness, and black magic. The victim suffered horrible mutilations. Credible motive, even if it's a field that Sherlock doesn't know. I feel like that's got to be...
Black magic?
I'm not terribly interested in the occult or black magic. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive.
Interesting. The victim was an occasional prostitute without family or ties. I don't know what that could... The victim lived in misery? Resentment can lead to irreparable acts. I wonder if I got it correct because he said something, you know?
Black magic?
I'm not terribly interested in the occult or black magic. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive.
Homicidal insanity, Holmes.
It is indubitable that the man who did this to Polly Nichols is not of his full senses.
I'm trying to like, in my brain, figure out how to explain how I'm putting these together. Because the motive could have been madness, that is why she suffered such horrible mutilations. That's how I'm trying to, like, look at this. So because they wanted theft, they did this because they were trying to rob her. Maybe this is the one. I think resentment and revenge go together.
Revenge, Holmes?
Revenge could be a possible motive, but with one small reservation. We have reason to believe that the victim considered her murderer to be a typical client.
How do we know that? Okay, we didn't get anything for that, so...
A personal drama.
Love can certainly lead to many a drama, but we have to consider the fact that the victim didn't know her attacker.
And then theft with the victim lived in misery.
Theft, perhaps.
I have a hard time believing that someone would attack poor Polly so fiercely just to rob her of a few coins.
I agree. How do I know which ones I want to do?
Homicidal insanity, Holmes.
It is indubitable that the man who did this to Polly Nichols is not of his full senses.
Revenge, Holmes?
Revenge could be a possible motive, but with one small reservation. We have reason to believe that the victim considered her murderer to be a typical client.
I don't know how to progress this.
A personal drama.
Love can certainly lead to many a drama, but we have to consider the fact that the victim didn't know her attacker.
But in this one, didn't you say he was a typical client?
Elementary.
Oh, okay, I just needed...
Very well,
okay.
Watson. I think that we've exhausted the topic.
I'm still learning.
Take a rest and we'll speak again later.
So black
it would
magic
seem
could
that
have been a
the
motive.
investigation is advancing, Holmes. Yesterday's Star said that a suspect is in the hands of the police, a man with a rather sinister reputation.
I was about to join you in your optimistic outlook until you informed me that the good news came from the press, Watson.
But surely they wouldn't invent the fact that the police are holding a suspect, or the acts that are attributed to him.
You will have an exact answer to these two questions in less than 50 seconds, Watson.
Pardon?
Enter, Inspector.
What the hell?
Good day.
Dear Watson, allow me to introduce Inspector Aberline, Inspector Dr. Watson.
Inspector?
To what do we owe the honour of your presence, Inspector?
I heard that the two of you made your way to Whitechapel a few days ago. Your arrival, you are aware, coincides with a very serious affair which our police service is going to great lengths to solve and which is creating strong tensions in the area.
Pardon me, but haven't you arrested someone? A certain Leather Apron?
Absolutely not. The man who hides behind this name is indeed being actively searched for by the force. Besides, nothing at the moment suggests that he is the Bucks Row murderer.
There, you've been enlightened, Watson. Now it is our turn to answer Inspector Aberline's questions.
Indeed. I will be brief and precise. Do you intend to investigate this case, or have you already started?
It is to be of service to a friend that I went to Whitechapel. We did, out of curiosity, familiarise ourselves with the preliminary reports, and we made our way to the scene of the crime. Our conclusions are slim, as are the clues. Having not been officially appointed by a client, I believe that my intervention in this business will end there.
Very well. To be frank, you take the weight off my shoulders by distancing yourself from the case. Our image isn't very good, to say nothing of what the press puts us through. Thus, if overnight they found out that you were on the case, people would turn against us.
And they would pester me, overwhelm me, and finally make me out to be responsible for the inevitable failure such a scenario entails. Neither you nor I wish for this to happen. I know that your time is precious, Inspector. I will send you a note regarding my conclusions shortly.
With pleasure. Gentlemen?
Do you think that he will find the murderer?
The chances are slim to non-existent. It is 7 days now, short of a confession from the murderer himself.
And you will not go further?
You heard the Inspector, Watson. My presence in Whitechapel would hinder, which doesn't mean that we will drop the case.
How is that?
The Inspector spoke of me, but not of us. It is you, Watson, who will lead the investigation tonight. It is you who will bring to the police station the little note that I will write regarding our conclusions. Despite the late hour, there is nothing to stop you from making inquiries about this famous leather apron while you are there.
Okay. The leather apron. Okay, we're gonna learn about this character. Oh, okay, so we got deductions and conclusions. This is interesting. So this is Thursday the 6th of September. So we've gone from the 1st to the 6th now. So almost a week later. It's only 1/2 penny. Wow. Leather apron. More about his career, his latest movements in the borough. The sense of fear which the murder of the unfortunate woman Nichols has thrown over the neighborhood, and especially over her companions, shows no sign of decreasing. A number of the street wanderers are in nightly terror of Leather Apron. One of our reporters visited one of the single women's lodging houses last night. It is in Thrall Street, one of the darkest and most terrible looking spots in Whitechapel. The house keeps open till 1 o'clock in the morning and reopens again at 5. In the house nightly are 66 women who get their bed for 4D. I'm sorry, I don't know what 4D means. If someone can let me know what that's supposed to mean, then yeah, you can let me know. The proprietor of the place, who is also owner of several other houses of a similar character in the neighborhood, told some gruesome stories of the man who has now come to be regarded as the terror of the East End. Night after night, he said, had women come in a fainting condition after being knocked about by Leather Apron. He himself would never be out in the neighborhood after 12 o'clock at night, except with a loaded revolver. The terror, he said, would go to a public house or coffee room and keep in through the window to see if a particular woman was there. He would then vanish, lying in wait for his victim at some convenient corner, hidden from the view of everybody. The police are making efforts to arrest him, but he constantly changes his quarters. Some of the unfortunate women state that he is now in one of the low slums in the borough. One of them said she saw him crossing London Bridge as stealthily as usual, with head bent, his skimpy coat turned up about his ears and looking as if he were in a desperate hurry. The hunt for Leather Apron began in earnest last evening. Constables 43 and 173, J Division, into whose hands a Leather Apron fell on Sunday afternoon, were detailed to accompany Detective Enright of the J Division in a search through all the quarters where the crazy guy was likely to be. That's a sentence. They began at 10:30 in Church Street in Shoreditch. Rumor having located the suspected man there, they went through the lodging houses, into pubs, down side streets, through their bull's eyes, and into every shadow, and searched the quarter thoroughly, but without result. The hunt continued. 4D is the cost. Yeah, I wondered, like, does the D stand for something? Like, it's not saying, like, £4 or 4 quid, or I don't know. I don't know what what all the currencies are over there. Is that just a made up cost? Oh, it means 4 pence. Okay. Oh, 4D literally means 4 pence. Oh. Gotcha. I'm learning. I'm learning. Okay, good to know. Thanks, Piep. The hunt continued. That is this. Okay, the hunt continued later down the Brick Lane neighborhood. Florentine Lane being Leather Apron's preferred lodging place lately. He was not found here. However, the search, which then took the direction of the London hospital, resulted in nothing. It is the general belief that the man has left the district. The clue furnished by the woman who denounced the man on Sunday is a very unfortunate one. Her offer to prove by two women that Leather Apron was seen walking with the murdered woman in Baker's Row at 2 o'clock last Friday morning is the most direct bit of evidence that has yet appeared. Every time I read Leather Apron, I immediately think of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's kind of accurate to the Jack the Ripper period. Interesting. Very cool. I'm assuming 4 pence isn't a thing anymore. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Or maybe like the cost of the room was only 4 pence, so that's accurate for the time frame. Is that what you meant? Because I saw like 4D, didn't know what it meant, and I was just like, what could that mean for her to stay? For that to be the cost for her to stay at for one whole night, you know? Like I'm trying to like think in my head, like, is that a lot or is that not a lot? His conduct on Sunday was as usual. He never answers a question when it is put to him and only speaks under strong compulsion. Mike, the grocer in George's Yard, dwelt a long time last evening on this peculiarity. He knows Leather Apron very well and has known him for 6 years. He says that the man is unquestionably mad, and that everybody who met him face to face would know it. That his eyes are never still, but are always shifting uneasily, and he never looks anybody in the eye. Leather Apron used to live in the lodging house around the corner from the grocery, and was turned out of there some months ago, with an order not to return. The lodging house is a few doors below the model doorway in which the Turner woman was found with 39 stab wounds. Oh, that's just so much. Oh, okay, so the cost is actually accurate. 4 pence for a night. But it's not something... Okay, so the 4 pence is not something used anymore, I suppose, but you can really read that in real documents of that period. Very interesting and very cool. So we have our deduction board that we have completed so far, at least. And then there was conclusions. Okay, so these were just the what was on the right-hand side of on the deductions board. Okay, we got a few different things. General deductions. Interesting. So then, do we have any notes yet? Okay, we do have a few notes. Do we read these? Are these something that we've already... I guess there's something that's already been done. Oh, these must have been when we were doing the... like, the walkthrough thing. Like, the performance thing. Maybe. Here, I'll read through them again. I'll read through them really quickly. So, Bucks Row, night of September 1st through the 2nd, 1888, murder of Polly Nichols' observations. One would say that the ground was washed, but not the walls. The corpse was on its back, the leg straight and slightly spread. The left hand was touching the stable door. A small pool of blood 6 inches in diameter was flowing in the gutter. The skirt was raised up to the middle of the body. A black bonnet near the left hand. According to the reenactment of the events that we carried out with Watson, the victim didn't have her throat slit while standing. There would inevitably, have been blood on the walls, and yet there wasn't any. There is no reason that the murderer placed himself to the side to strangle his victim. His grip would have been too imperfect and would have allowed this woman to scream. Strangulation from behind and going behind her as a prelude to their commerce. The murderer grabbed his victim's throat with one hand, pressing her against himself, all the while holding her mouth shut with the other. The bruise from the thumb on the right jawbone indicates that the right hand was preventing screams. The stronger left hand strangled the unfortunate woman, but this position isn't the most convenient. Ah, see, I confused it a little. I thought because she had bruising on the right side of her face, it came from his left hand. Yeah, maybe I'm still confused about that. The victim wasn't lying on the ground before dying. The filth and dampness of the streets prevent all intimate relations. Oh God. Where did it go? Interrelations in this kind of position. Strangulation standing face to face? Question mark? The murderer was facing his victim and strangled her while pressing her against the wall. The grip on the neck was exact and its effect was instant. By crushing his victim's glottis, she lost consciousness, and he killed her in a score of seconds. The bruise from the thumb on the right maxillary indicates that the right hand served to keep the mouth shut. The stronger left to crush her throat. Indeed, it may have been like this that things happened. Once the victim was strangled and lay dying on the ground, let's look at the reenactment on the ground. The murderer didn't stab the victim in the stomach. He wanted to be sure that the victim was dead, or at least that she wouldn't be able to utter the slightest during his vile acts. So yeah, this is basically all that we did. Is this different? This day and night passed in Whitechapel were full of instruction. Regarding the murderer, we know very little. In any case, no more than the police. It's a man, certainly given the presumed strength. We have discussed the possibilities of right-handed and or left-handed. An unconventional lateralization, maybe that was the word, or the possibility of ambidexterity, whatever. I don't know why reading is so hard for me today, you guys. But given facts could help us to guess, we might have pushed the murderer to act in this way. Would y'all believe English is my first language and my main language? Who would have ever known? Revenge is a possible motive. The ferocity against the victim might be the expression of a deep resentment, a veritable hatred. But with a nuisance, we have every reason to think that the victim considered her murderer to be a regular client. She acted with him as if it was a trick like any other discreet location, not particularly neat or festive. That's usually a tough word for me. I nailed that today. She didn't or barely knew her attacker, or perhaps didn't recognize him. If revenge was the motive, our murderer wanted to charge Polly Nichols with a deed that he considered as being extremely serious, in which she had neither the knowledge nor memory of when they met that night. And a thorough police investigation into the victim's past will bring us an answer to this question. Oh, so this was after we were putting things on the other board. Okay, that makes sense. Love can certainly lead to many's a drama, but we must consider that the victim didn't know her attacker. If it is consisted of a meeting based on true love with its highs and lows, it would have taken place elsewhere than this sordid corner and would have provoked raised voices before the actual act. In my opinion, this possibility is completely ruled out. I agree. A deep jealousy can change into hatred, but who could have had a reason to be jealous of poor Polly Nichols? Furthermore, we know for certain, or almost, that it was a man, unless we opt for a woman with an iron grip disguised as a man in order to lure her rival to a secret location. This doesn't make sense and must be ruled out. Money. I have a hard time believing that someone attacked poor Polly with the sole purpose of stealing a few coins. Perhaps the murderer picked her pockets, but in none of the cases can it be the reason for the crime. Certain gangs extort money from the prostitutes, but while the third degrees are plentiful, murderers are rare and don't show much savagery. This possible scenario should thus be ruled out. Okay, now we're getting to the ones that I really think have happened. As for what concerns madness, It is certain that a man who did to Polly Nichols what we know him to have done does not have all of his reason. But I will clarify that the work is not that of a crazed madman, a bloodthirsty beast, good for nothing but a straitjacket. Our man has shown himself to be cunning, patient, and calculating. He is certainly well integrated in our society and bided his time in order to give free rein to his insanity. I think that there is, generally speaking, a method to his madness, a deep reason like another motive, or specific relation with the deceased, or even both. And finally, we have black magic. I am not terribly interested in the occult sciences, and I would not think Polly Nichols suffering to a secret cult or a satanic ceremony, or I don't know what. Let's give the benefit of the doubt to this motive for the moment, and as a thorough police investigation will either confirm or invalidate it. Furthermore, I know that the body has a great symbolic value in the mind of certain people and can be considered as a mystical or magical, depending on the beliefs. And the Christian religion is no exception, but yet again, I am no expert in the matter. Wow! I need a tall sip of water after that. Lots of reading, very cool. What were we supposed to do as Watson? Oh my god. We'll leave the investigation tonight. We'll bring to the police station a little note that I will write. There's nothing to stop you from making inquiries about the famous leather apron while you were there. So, do you have the note? Do you have the thing I want to save? Oh my god, that scared me. I was like, where did all my things go? Okay. Have you written the note? Or do I just go to the police station? Maybe I should talk to him. I don't know what he freaking wants from me.
What? You still haven't left for Whitechapel, Watson?
Oh, okay. I guess that's where we go. Alright. Whitechapel.
Well, if I follow Holmes's instructions, then to begin my investigation into this leather apron, I must first head to the police station.
Rightio. I forget, I need to double click so he can run.
Good evening, sir. What do you... I know you. You were here last week with Sherlock Holmes.
Yes.
Indeed. I have come to bring a message from Sherlock Holmes for Inspector Aberline.
Very well, I will pass it on. But come to think of it, someone was asking about you recently. Finley, the caretaker of some shady boarding house nearby. Does that mean anything to you?
Ah, perhaps. Actually, I read in the Star that you have arrested a suspect called Leather Apron.
You shouldn't believe what you read in that rag, sir. The man is being hunted, but we have yet to get our hands on him, and we aren't close to it either.
Why ever not?
Bah, he's a specialist in the streetwalker racket. These girls make pitiful witnesses, and we don't inspire confidence. Furthermore, the man seems to be pretty discreet lately. Someone must be helping to hide him.
Helping to hide him?
How to get on his trail, then?
One of these girls would have to confide in us and give a valid description of the man. Then we'd ask around the journeymen, who use aprons, I imagine.
Interesting.
Well, goodbye. I must go to Finley's boarding house.
Yes.
I must go to Finley's boarding house.
We're there, Watson. Painting a door. Interesting.
Good evening, Finley.
Oh, good evening, sir. Aren't you the gentleman who was with the great detective the other time?
That is indeed me, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson?
Tell me, Finley, I was told that you were looking for us at the police station.
Indeed, I wanted to thank you for last time, you know. That vagrant has never set foot round mine again. I even found a tenant, one who pays his rent, I mean.
Okay.
You don't seem very happy, but you were lucky to have found a good tenant so quickly.
It's just that this man is very strange. He paid several days in advance and I gave him a key to the place. Since then, he goes out every night and returns at ungodly hours. I'm sure he goes to visit the ladies, but still, every night.
He could be a killer scoping out his area.
Something must have broken in his case and stank up the stairs in his room for 2 days. I think it was a jar. It must be over there.
Oh.
Tell me, have you heard talk of Leather Apron?
By the papers, that's all. This man seems very sinister.
Do you know any journeymen who use this type of apron?
The slaughterhouse butchers, I believe, but definitely the cobblers. I know one, old Isaac Solomonovich. His workshop is on a small street in the Jewish community, across from the hospital. He's a good man. He can help you. But you know, the people there are very close and don't share much with non-Jews.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
We're gonna go up these stairs to grab this thing. Interesting.
This odor is very strong indeed, but the whole neighborhood as such has a dreadful stench. Finley might have an idea as to what this jar that contained.
What do you want, Doctor?
You don't seem very happy.
I didn't mean that one.
And when he moved in, something must have broken in his case and stank up the stairs in his room for 2 days.
Sorry.
I think it was a jar.
I clicked the wrong option. The strange smell.
You're right. The pieces of the jar that your tenant broke do give off a strange smell.
It's true. That's quite normal given his trade.
Yes, and what would the trade be of your strange tenant?
A doctor, like yourself, I believe. Dr. Tumblety, a foreigner. Canadian, perhaps.
Dr. Tumblety. It might be interesting to know more about him.
A Canadian, you say?
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
I want to step back up here. I want to see if there's... You know, there's nothing we can explore. Where did he say to go with that? Can speak to someone? Across from the hospital. That's all I have. Do we have a hospital in here? Well, there's the clinic. Is that what he means?
Whitechapel Street.
Was I supposed to find a different hospital?
Tell me, is it...
Nah, time to chat. I've got business. Got it?
I have nothing to ask.
You walked up to the woman. I guess this is dispensary, right? That's a clinic. That's not a hospital. My bad.
Whitechapel Street.
He refuses to go in.
Whitechapel Street.
Sorry, I keep clicking on things. Oh my god, this place is scary. This place is scary, bruv. Oh god, we're in Yarnum.
Tell me, is it...
What? I know you.
Tell me, is it...
You should return home, sir.
I gotta find the hospital. I'm gonna go back here. Maybe we can find a hospital around here. Because before we've just had to like walk around and it would activate something.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. What about this way? Can't imagine you have a reason to really go down this way either.
Got a shilling, Gov?
Ew. I don't think I should be down here. This is terrifying! His workshop is on a small street in the Jewish community across from the hospital.
Oh, it's you. I'm coming. Dr. Watson, how are you?
Well,
I didn't even know to
and
come talk to
yourself?
her. I just
And how's your uncle?
Oh, he's sleeping.
fast traveled here and
but
we'll see.
He doesn't seem to be suffering. Your medicine has worked wonders. Thank you again.
It was the least I could do. I have come to see you about a certain leather apron. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yes, of course. Terrible things are said about that man.
Have you ever come across him?
Goodness gracious, no. But I know that he has threatened and taken many girls in my situation. I don't know what more I can say, but Bella will be able to tell you some.
Okay, who's Bella?
Who is Bella?
Bella Pullman. She's the landlady of the place where I could take you there if you like.
Please do.
Uh-oh.
It's me. It's Lucy. This gentleman would like to speak to Bella. It's the doctor who helped me. I must leave to return to my uncle. Thanks again.
Radio, we got a new place on the map. Oh. Labeled brothel. Okay. I guess I'm not quite sure what I thought it would be.
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh. Fucking schmuck.
Can I get a refill, please?
If you'd be patient, Madam Bella will arrive in a moment.
Now listen here, I'm not here to be
Good evening.
a
I am
client.
Dr. Watson. It is young Lucy who told me to come see you.
Ah,
So you're the good Samaritan who saved her uncle without asking for anything in return. And
I think I
now
need to
you've
turn the
come see
ambient
me,
volume
no
down.
doubt, to explain that the poor little thing doesn't belong here, and you will see to her future. Well, if you expect me to let her leave with you...
It's not that, Mom. You should know I am a married man.
He
And why should
is?
that matter?
He literally lives with Sherlock.
I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The reason that Lucy sent me here is that you may be able to give me some information about Leather Apron.
Are you a doctor or a constable?
I am most certainly a doctor, but I am acting in this matter in a private capacity, and I would like to find this man.
Well, if you're able to rid us of him, I'll give you a week's worth of free passes. That man is a thorn in our sides. He spies on the girls in the streets and watches them inside the houses, spying through the windows. And as soon as they're finished with a client, he jumps on them without any warning and forces them to give him their money. I've never seen him, but one of my girls was attacked by this man, and she said that he wore a leather apron and carried a knife. And his face, oh, he has a horrible head with rat's eyes and a deformed mouth. She even said that she knew his name, Pizer, I think. But I don't know where she can be found. Margie, Nutcracker, the girl I'm talking about, could tell you more, but I had to let her go last week.
Why did you let Margie go?
The poor girl caught a shameful sickness, and the symptoms have attacked her face, if you know what I mean. So I gave her notice, and a little bit to help her along. I don't know where she is now, but she'll certainly be getting treatment at the clinic if she's still in the neighbourhood.
Did you speak to the police?
What would they do? Who cares about the girls in the streets?
Would you have received a visit from another doctor, a stranger by the name of Tumbleton?
I'm just like you, Doctor, sworn to secrecy in my profession. But as I've taken a fancy to you, I can tell you that this name is not unknown to me. And if you do me a little favour, it is possible I might remember something about him.
Oh, okay. What kind
Would
of
you have received a visit?
What kind of favor do you want?
What kind of favour must I do?
He's nervous.
You see that man over there? He's a rich artist, a painter, a regular client round here. Well, yesterday, he came and left his cane in the umbrella stand in the hall before going into one of the rooms. Well, when he returned to this room, the cane had disappeared. It's a cane with a massive silver knob. It must be worth a fortune. He threatened to call the police unless he got free services in my establishment for a year. I'll be forced to accept, unwillingly, of course, given the services that he's demanding, unless the cane is found.
Jeez.
Did you question the residents regarding the theft?
They didn't see anything, and there's not one of them that would risk stealing from a client here.
Who was in the room when your weasel of a client was in the chambers?
There were a few that came and went, but Mary could tell you better than I can, because she was the one at the counter yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am.
No problem, my angel.
Uh-oh, Watson. I think someone's got a crush on you. We'll turn that down just a smidge.
Can I get a refill, please?
Oh, where did she go? Oh, there she is.
What happened to this rug?
Oh, it's when we got a coal yesterday. I asked the young man to fill the pail. Came back to put it down, but his feet were covered in soot and he made a black print. Madam Bella said it was my fault and I got a shilling's penalty. I also have to clean the print and it's no picnic. He has immense feet, that boy.
That boy.
I heard that there was a theft yesterday. Did you see anything?
No, and I was here the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Who delivers the coal?
It's never the same person. I've never seen that lad before.
Do you
Okay.
always please keep an eye on the coat stand?
Oh, yes. Well, when the coal delivery came, a client came out of the chambers and stopped me from seeing the boy who brought the bucket of coal. You don't think he would have taken advantage?
Hope
Until
not.
next time, miss.
With pleasure, sir.
Alright, so we have some places.
These paintings are suggestive, at the very least.
Oh god.
A large black footprint. Best not to stray off in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Best not to stray off in that direction.
Okay.
These paintings are suggestive, at the very
Maybe
least.
we should talk to the guy then?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, my dear man. I was led to believe that you're a doctor.
None of the residents of this establishment are among my patients, sir.
Oh, you're not here as a doctor, but as a man, then. I understand. This is my kind of place, too. It's in these houses in Whitechapel that you find the girls that are the most natural and definitely the most docile.
Your way of speaking about these women is not that of a gentleman, sir. I heard that you were the victim of a robbery here.
Dr. Watson, he's pretty
claiming.
cool.
The loss of that walking stick will certainly bring me a very pleasant compensation.
I think he hit it on his own.
What does your cane look like?
The stick is ebony, about 35 inches long. The round knob is made from chiseled silver with a ring around the middle of the same workmanship, just like the tip, for that matter. If you find it, don't tell a soul. Keep it for yourself. Got it?
See? I think he did it
goodbye,
on his
sir.
own.
Goodbye, or until next time. And good evening.
So maybe we go to the clinic to talk to that girl?
Yes, Dr. Watson?
Thank you, Mom.
The fucking
problem,
sounds in the
my
background are
angel.
so loud. I thought the ambient sounds, I would turn that down and it would be better, but it's... I don't think it changed anything.
Good evening, Doctor. My name is Dr. Watson. Pleased to meet you.
Good evening. I am Dr. Gibbons. Likewise.
I have come to see you about one of your patients. Margie goes by the nickname Nutcracker, who gets her prescription from the clinic.
I wonder how she got
She's
that
a
nickname.
lady of the night and is afflicted with a venereal disease.
I know who you're talking about. Indeed, Margie has syphilis and is being treated with mercury.
Do you have her address?
No. And for your information, she left London for good 3 days ago. She felt threatened.
Threatened?
Margie felt threatened. But by whom?
I believe that Margie was particularly scared of a terrifying man who attacked her once.
Did she say the name Pizer or Pyther?
Unfortunately, she didn't give a name, but she described a man with shifty, rat-like eyes and a mouth twisted in a sinister grimace.
Did Margie have any idea where this man who terrified her so much might be found?
No, but she told me that another girl who'd been attacked like her had told her that this man worked in a cobbler's run by an old Israeli. Also, she saw him again last week, the night of the big fire. She told of going to see the fire like most everyone else in the area. While there, she recognised her attacker in the crowds gathered at the warehouses. There was no mistaking a face like that, she said. She kept an eye on the man the whole time the firemen were working in order to avoid him.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Okay. Now what? Do we think maybe we should go to the police station? Oh, okay.
This interview with the doctor revealed an important fact. Leather Apron could not be the Bucks Row murderer. According to Margie, the villain passed most of the night of the crime at the fire. He could not have been at the scene of the murder at the moment it was committed. He is nonetheless a dangerous character.
Yes, indeed. So maybe we'll go home?
I have no reason to go that way.
Oh, okay. You don't want to go home. Oh, we're outside the dispensary. Okay. Maybe we can go back to the police station now. I thought we were outside the police station. We were just outside the dispo.
The night is cool. What a horrible summer we have had.
Oh my god. Watson, are you a poet?
Does the name Tumblety mean anything to you?
Not at all. But if you like, I can make inquiries.
Fine, why not? One never knows.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
I feel like I'm supposed to find something and I don't know what. Do you think I go back to the lady? That guy just itched his ass
doctor?
right in front of us.
Thank you, Finley.
At your service, sir.
Am I supposed to find somewhere else? I don't know what, though. Huh. Oh, I think this is the brothel. Yeah. Well, I guess while I'm here, I'll just run in and I'll talk to that lady. I don't think there's anything.
Can I get a refill, please?
Yes, Dr. Watson?
No.
Thank you, Mom.
No problem, my angel.
So I can't go back.
I have no reason to go that way.
And our last bit of dialogue. You will make inquiries. Post most of the night at the crime of the fire. I wonder if we should go to where the fire took place. But I don't even know where that is. Wherever the warehouses are. So let's head down this street. Crap, I think I went the wrong way.
I have no reason to go that way.
Dang. Because, yeah, the police station's right over here. Think I should go in and see if he made the inquiries?
Some news, Doctor?
Does the name Tumblety mean
Oh, I already
anything
did
to
this.
you? Not fine. Well, goodbye.
Hmm. Do you think this is where the docks are? The warehouses? Down from down here? Oh.
Tell me, is it?
I beg your pardon, but I am expected.
Huh.
A cobbler's shop.
Oh.
Closed.
Huh.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Nothing. Okay, so we found... I think we're on the right area of the map.
Bucks Row.
I think I'm heading back in a direction that I might not want to be in. Oh, this is where she got murdered, was it? Yeah, it was right over here.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Come on. He just stops and stares at them. Dr. Watson, that's a little awkward. My God, there's drunk yelling. Okay, we can go this way then. Maybe. Okay, we have a side street down here now. Oh, it's blocked.
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay, then where do we go? The only other way is this way. Oh.
Tell me, is it?
You should return home, sir.
I've tried, they won't let me. I have certainly tried. All he says was that it was closed. I mean, is there anything else I can do?
Closed.
Oh, I forgot I had that bottle in my hand. Do you think I should have that bottle in my hand when I... like, and ask the doctor about it? Well, let's try it. I totally forgot that those were a thing that we could and should do.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Nope.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Do you think now I can go home?
I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Okay. I definitely have to do something. I don't know what it is. I guess we'll head down this road then. I was trying to... I was thinking, like, maybe I should go to where the warehouses are, where the fire was. And that maybe there I can find some evidence if that guy was supposedly hanging out there. So apparently we have to find something here. I thought I had kind of explored a bit, but...
These footprints are the same as those found on the rug at the brothel.
Aha! Totally didn't see that. Huh. Okay, so it's telling me inspect the cabinet at the back of the clinic. I can't, though. Should I talk to him again? It's not saying that I need to.
What can I do for you, my dear colleague?
Oh, okay. Now we can talk to him about the footprints.
Pardon me, Doctor, but who made the large black footprints there near the beds?
The brother of one of my patients. The poor thing had a leg amputated after colliding with a carriage. We arranged to find her a prosthesis.
Prostheses are very expensive. How did this man pay?
He told me that one of his uncles gave him a walking stick with a chiselled silver knob. I agreed to accept this knob in exchange for a simple prosthesis with harness. But this object is of great value, and I could finance half a dozen other prostheses by selling it on Petticoat Lane.
Oh.
Doctor, I have reason to believe that the silver knob that you possess is from a cane that was stolen by the man who brought it to you. And I believe I know to whom it belongs.
That's what I was worried about. The story of the uncle seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, you must have proof of what you claim. I will show you all of the knobs that we have here. If you find the knob that the young man gave me, I will believe you.
Okay.
So be it, but something is bothering me. I will need a complete cane, not just a knob.
Don't worry, dear chap, build one. I can loan you some tools. Make use of the odds and ends in my cupboard. It'll help get rid of it.
Well, I shall try. I will have to remember the description that Sickert gave.
Okay.
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Let us... So now we should be able to get into that cabinet. Let us go back there. Let's see what our options are, and hopefully we can get into it. Oh my. So you must recreate Sickert's walking stick in the space given for this at the right of the screen. So it's over here. Click on the inventory icon to find his dialogue in which he describes the stick. Next, click on an item of your choosing from the left side of the screen, and then click with this item. Then click with this item on the right side. This item will take its place automatically. To remove it, proceed the same way in the opposite direction. You need 4 items to remake the stick. So it is ebony, 35 inches long. Round knob is made from chiseled silver with a ring around the middle of the same workmanship, just like the tip for that matter. So ebony, 35. It's too long. 35 what? 35 inches long, but it, are these inches? All of them are too long. I think that's it. With a stick or with a tip just like it. How do I know I've completed it? It's too long. "35 inches would only be here. That's so weird." Round knob is made from chiseled silver with a ring around the middle. I feel like, isn't ebony this? I think it's this then. Oh, I was missing this. Uh-oh. So I think we go with that. Round knob, chiseled silver with a ring through the middle of the same workmanship, just like the tip for that matter. So we need to find round knob. Is it this? That makes it shorter. It certainly does. I think this is it. Although this could be it. But I think this is it. This is so tough. I feel like this. And that. And these all go.
All done.
Oh, I was like, those all go together too. Well, I'm glad we figured that out.
My dear colleague?
The knob.
I believe I found the knob from the stolen cane, which I succeeded in putting back together.
That's the one. And yet I cannot give it to you, Doctor. I will only return it to the police, and only if there is an official complaint against me.
Would there be a way to convince you to give me the cane?
Oh.
Find me a dozen solid adjustable harnesses for wooden leg prostheses, and it's yours, Doctor.
Okay, we need to find a dozen of those.
I believe I found the knob.
That's the one.
No.
Would there be a...
Find me...
Okay,
Goodbye, Dr. Gibbons.
Until we meet again, my dear colleague.
Okay. So we have to find a dozen adjustable harnesses for wooden leg prostheses. Okay, where are we gonna find that? I wonder. I wonder. Oops. Do you think now we could get into, like, I mean, like a, that always scares me. A cobbler is for, like, mainly shoes, right?
Tell me, is it...
Now time to chat, I've got business, got it?
Really? Looks like you ain't got shit. Boot and shoe repair.
There's nobody here. How very odd.
Okay, so this was the place that we want to go to. Perfect. Nobody's here, though. Okay. there's a fire going. This is scary, Dr. Watson.
I say, these things look like harnesses. Oh my, they are noisy. Good evening, sir. Pardon the interruption. The door was open. I didn't think that I would find anyone working at this hour.
Good evening, sir. I didn't hear you come in.
Harnesses.
Say, those things that made noise, they are really harnesses, aren't they?
Yes, horse harnesses. But I must tell you, sir, that the store is normally closed at this hour. That is why I've asked you to return tomorrow.
Return tomorrow?
I didn't come about my shoes. I came to speak of a cobbler, perhaps one of your former employees? A man with very particular habits.
You aren't with the police by any chance? I'm sorry, but I do not want to speak of anything but shoes with you.
But shoes?
I am not a policeman. I am Dr. Watson. It's Mr. Finley, who told me that you might be in a position to inform me.
Ah, that Mr. Finley is a very brave man. And if he sent you, then you must certainly be a worthy man also. So, Doctor, who is this cobbler with strange habits?
Pizer?
The man of whom I speak is called
Pither?
Pizer or Pyther, a
Pyther.
man with a frightening face. Do you know him?
Yes, John Pizer. He worked here for a while, but he is no longer here.
Okay.
Do you know where I can find him?
No, and if you look, you will not find him.
Why?
Because he is in hiding, Doctor. You see, a week ago, a horrible murder took place in the neighborhood. A rumor circulated that he might have been responsible for this crime. They say he has quarreled with women of certain virtue in the past, if you understand me.
Well, him going into hiding sounds suspicious now, doesn't it?
Isaac, it is about the Bucks Row case that I have come to see you. I have the certitude and an incontestable witness that Pizer is innocent, at least of this crime, although he has attacked a number of street women. If he doesn't come forward to explain himself to the authorities, he is condemned to hiding and to take the fall for this murder. Furthermore, it will cast suspicions on your community because they must be hiding him. And while the whole police force is hunting for him, they cannot concentrate on the real assassin who roams the streets and, one never knows, may take any one of you any day.
If what you say is true, your visit is a godsend to our community, Doctor. I tell you something. I know Sergeant Thick, an honest policeman who lives in the area. I'll tell John's family that he must go there to explain himself. But if you could please go as soon as possible to the police to give them this report that you say is incontestable.
I will go as soon as I take leave of you.
Thank you. If I can ever be of service in any way, do not hesitate to ask.
Actually, we need like 12 of these harnesses.
Could we transform your horse harnesses into harnesses for wooden legs? Adjustable harnesses.
A good craftsman can do anything, Doctor.
That's
and
true.
I do believe that's what I am. Come back in a while and it will be done. That will be my thanks for what you have done.
Perfect.
I shall return later.
At your convenience, sir.
So...
I am spent. I would like to return home. But I promised to go to the police as soon as I could.
Yes.
Now then, let's go to the police station.
Perfect. Let's see, there's nowhere else we can look. Okay, let's go to the police station. The little thing in the middle, like, it almost makes me think. It's got to be the loading screen, 100%, but it just goes by so quick. Meanwhile...
Will you?
Yes.
Another
Hey,
victim?
Doctor, you seem tired. Were you wandering the darker parts of Whitechapel all night?
You could say that. I have some information on Leather Apron, the man of whom we spoke earlier.
Do you know where he is?
No, but I can clear him of the Bucks Row crime. A witness proved him totally innocent.
Oh, Watson, Watson, is it only now, after many hours of walking, that you decide to pass on the important message that Inspector Aberline is waiting
shut the
for?
fuck up. I've been doing work.
No. But what are you doing here, Holmes?
I was worried, Watson, and with good reason it would appear. Go give the message to this policeman and let's go home. Nobody appreciates me hanging around here, you know, and it's freezing cold.
You didn't need to come here.
Creddle, none too soon. You will take the testimony of this.
No, you continue with your duty shift. I must find Chandler in Ambury Street. He's struck again.
What?
Who?
Oh, yeah.
The murderer, the Bucks Row assassin.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose. I have no reason to go that way.
Oh, my bad. Hanbury Street. Does it say Hanbury Street somewhere? Oh, that's what I was supposed to look for. So it did do this, but I did not see this little thing right here. Oh my goodness.
Hanbury Street. Let's go, Watson. We have no time to lose.
Wow, so September 8th, you control Sherlock. Okay. Let us look around. We can talk to people.
Oh, what was bound to happen? It seems like the girl who got killed hung around with just about anybody you'd ever.
Damn.
Have you heard about the latest murder? It's atrocious. I don't even want to think about it.
Oh god.
This time a killer beat her to a pulp, the slut.
Oh my gosh!
Have you heard about the latest murder? It's atrocious. I don't even want to think about it.
You can go in, Mr. Holmes. She's there. We didn't touch a thing.
Going where? Going here? Oh god. I'm scared. Go in, fool! Who's over here? Oh, we can go upstairs? Oh my goodness. Oh, this time there is blood on the wall.
It was very good of PC Chandler to let us pass. He said no one has touched the corpse. It's the perfect opportunity for us to put our skills to the test. Watson, let's not waste it.
Okay. So this time we have...
The blood is a dozen inches or so from the ground. Bloodstains on the wall.
Okay, some blood spurted on the wall near the stairs. And the blood on the fence is a dozen inches off the ground. So the victim had her throat slit while laying down and still alive. The victim had her throat slit while standing up. The victim had her throat slit while laying down and already dead. Because there's a bit more blood, I'm gonna say it was while she was still alive. Oh my gosh, we have the two things over here. This is super neat how this game is set up. Okay. Scrap of an envelope found at 29 Hanbury Street. London, 28th of August, 1888. Okay, it's missing something.
A torn envelope. It smells of rubbing alcohol. It contains 3 pills. I will take one. 2 should suffice for the police.
Okay.
A piece of coarse muslin.
Yeah.
2 combs, curiously arranged.
Yeah.
So, Doctor, shall we examine our victim?
Ah, I'm tired, Holmes. I'm not sure if I am in a state to do this work.
Come, Watson, there's little time. Show me what you're made of.
Oh, my God.
Pray, Watson, pull yourself together. Can you establish the time of the crime?
The extremities of the corpse are cold and rigor mortis is beginning to set in. I would say that the murder was committed over 2 hours ago, before 4:30 a.m.
Wow. Okay. Okay, we have a lot of interesting things. So there's something over here.
This fence separates the courtyard from the neighbours, 27 Hanbury Street.
Okay.
Let's look at this poor woman more closely.
Okay. Okay, so we're already seeing bruising in the same spot.
A bruise.
And over here.
The victim's face appears to have bruising, wouldn't you say?
Under the maxilla and cheek. There is less on the right side.
The tongue is swollen.
Tongue is still swollen.
Look at her neck. What can you tell me?
There are 2 incisions.
Ugh. Okay. I hope that was it.
Now let's look at the stomach, or at least what remains of it.
It's dreadful, Holmes. Who could do that to someone?
I agree.
That's what you're here for, Watson. Tell me what this man has done.
The stomach has been entirely opened and... oh, my God! A number of organs have been removed.
Removed?
So you're telling me that the organs were removed, Watson. They weren't ripped out.
Not at all, Holmes. On the contrary, this is clearly the work of an expert.
Oh.
I couldn't have done any better myself. And the uterus is missing.
Whoa. Do we think maybe a doctor did it? Then we have this.
Looky here. It
Oh.
would seem he has a mark on his left hand. The
Ow.
victim must have worn a large ring or several little ones, and someone pulled them off forcefully. This detail will be very valuable, Watson. You can be sure of that.
What about this, though?
There are no trails on the ground. There's no sign of a struggle. My dear Watson, now that we have found all of our clues, nothing remains but to subject them to our most likely hypotheses in order to deduce the facts.
Oh, okay. Okay. We have quite a few things. So neither footsteps nor streaks of blood are on the ground. Okay, that goes up there. An envelope is near the victim's head. The tongue is bloated. The victim has bruises under the right jawbone beneath the left cheek. And beneath the left cheek. So neither footsteps nor streaks of blood are on the ground. So the killer blurred the traces. The victim wasn't dragged. The killer carried the victim. Interesting. Okay, so that was the right one. The victim wasn't dragged, and the victim had her throat slit while lying down, still alive. So the murderer cleaned the ground. The murder took place on the premises. The murder took place elsewhere. It did. I do think it took place here because we have blood on the two areas. The victim has bruises under the right jawbone and beneath the left cheek. The murderer held the victim's chin with his right hand. The murderer bit the victim. The murderer held the victim's chin with his left hand. Oh. The murderer slit the victim's throat with his right hand, with his left hand, or with both hands. I think we're determining that it's done with the left hand. Oh my gosh, and another one. Killer must be left-handed, must be right-handed, or is ambidextrous. Killer must be left-handed is incorrect. Ambidextrous? No? Okay, so this... something isn't right here. But these are right, so one of these must be wrong. But I thought the last one we thought that the murderer was right-handed. Is this our way of learning that maybe they're ambidextrous then? Tongue is bloated. The victim was strangled because the last one the tongue was bloated as well and we knew that they were strangled. Died of strangulation. Maybe it was partially strangled and then had their throat slit. Okay, that's correct. An envelope is near the victim's head. It was brought out by the victim, drifted near the head. The victim wanted to give the envelope to the killer. It was brought out by the victim. Envelope fell during the murder. She was holding the envelope in her hand. The envelope belongs to the killer. I don't think that's correct. I think that she was holding it in her hand. Okay, so these are all correct. So, the items at the victim's feet are very orderly. They are very orderly, aren't they? They're kind of like almost laid out. These items fell at the moment of the murder. These items belong to the killer. These items belong to the victim. I'm going to say the victim. Okay, we have two things. She struggled greatly. She possesses some feminine items. The murderer searched her. I think the murderer searched her for something and then just left all that stuff out. The murderer likes combs. Murderer is unfeeling and organized. The murderer panicked. No, this feels very organized. They wanted something from her. Okay. The body is cold at the extremities and rigor mortis has barely started. The crime was committed over 2 hours ago. The crime was committed yesterday. The crime was committed barely 2 hours ago. I think he said it was around 2 hours. Just over. He said before 4:30. Murder was committed before 4:30. After? He took his time. Interesting. Oh, it was barely 2 hours ago. So it was committed before 4:30. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to check the time. It was like 6:15 in the morning. A recent large scrape on the first phalanx of the middle finger. I think I said that wrong. Victim struggled against the murderer and scratched him. Victim must have worn one or more rings and the victim had arthritis. He said it seemed like she wore more than one ring, which I would agree. I don't think she took off her rings. Murderer is a weak man. The murderer stole her rings. There we go. So... okay. There is an incision from the right to the left going around the neck. So that is how we would have been able to determine that they actually used their right hand to do it, because it went from right to left on her right side of her body. There is an incision on the neck from the right side, stopping in the middle of the throat, and the wound around the neck is jerky and not at all in one piece. Ugh. The murderer used a bad knife. The murderer used a very sharp blade, and the murderer panicked. So if it's jerky and not in one piece, I would say it was a bad knife. Yeah, none of them changed anything, but because it's not very, you know, I would say a bad knife. Organs are missing. The uterus was removed by the hands of an expert. Ugh. They used a weapon of great size. They didn't use a weapon. They used a knife with a short, supple blade. That's incorrect. Okay, so they did use a weapon of great size. The killer drew marks on her neck. Killer wanted to remove the glottis. The killer wanted to decapitate her. Let's see what this one says. Uterus was ripped out. It was removed and taken. The uterus was eaten. I mean, I don't think we have any evidence it was eaten, so I'm going to say it was removed and taken. The killer has knowledge of anatomy. Killer lost the uterus. The killer went at it with a fury. No, I would say they definitely have knowledge of anatomy. This one, let's say they wanted to remove another piece of her. That's incorrect. Wanted to decapitate her. Also incorrect. It drew marks on her face. That's incorrect. The murderer used a bad knife. Maybe this is wrong. What if they used a sharp blade? So they wanted to decapitate
coming from the street,
her.
Watson. The authorities are arriving. It's time for us to go.
Holmes has been locked away in his room for days, always saying the same things. I'm thinking, Watson. Very good, Watson. As you wish, Watson. But I am thinking too, so much so that I can't sleep. Annie Chapman. Good Lord.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. I never realized right up here, that's where, it looks like his gun where he does the shooting. It's not, never mind. Okay, let's get out of that. So, do we have anything different? So we have Chapman's white pill. Interesting. No new documents. These are the notes from Annie Chapman. We can read through this really quick. So this was September 8th, 1888, murder of Annie Chapman. Investigation in the courtyard. The apprentice has nothing of interest. The footprints on the ground are all mixed up. There's nothing to be drawn nonetheless. Nothing dragged along the ground. No deep footprints and no visible drops of blood. The killer was, or the victim was killed here, and more, there doesn't seem to have been a struggle. The pipe comes out from out of the ground under the tap. We can see a puddle. 2 feet from this puddle is a leather apron folded in two. The apron is soaked with water and leaves a deep impression in the ground. It was left in the water for several hours, and it was left on the ground for some time. This is of great interest. I did not see that there, but I'm glad that we're reading through this. The water in the puddle under the tap is clean. Not the slightest trace of blood. The killer didn't come to wash his hands here. 2 vertical palings are stained with blood. One of the 2 is situated not far from the head. The blood is a dozen inches from the ground. The victim was certainly lying down when she had her throat slit, but was still alive. The other is to the wall, to the left of the stairs. These bloodstains on the wall tell me that the murderer certainly wasn't behind the head of his victim when he slit her throat. Otherwise, his body would have screamed it and received these drops of blood. Furthermore, he wouldn't have had any room to move. The piece of envelope that I found near the head smells of 90 proof alcohol. On the front of this piece is a seal accompanied by the words Sussex Regiment in relief and in blue. The Royal Sussex Regiment's seal, and is a handwritten letter M underneath, which is the letter S in the same writing. A red postmark above says London, 28th of August, 1888. Inside this envelope are 3 white pills. Near the feet of the victim, 3 objects are found. A piece of coarse muslin, a long slender comb with small closed teeth, and a small pocket comb in a paper holder. These objects are neatly arranged, one on top of another. That is interesting that they did that. These objects are those of a woman, certainly the victim. The murderer probably got these objects out of the pocket of his victim and arranged them carefully on the ground in an orderly manner. Fascinating, I would say. This way of proceeding reveals a very particular state of mind at the moment of the crime. Examination of the victim. Watson was able to place the time of the crime before 4:30 in the morning. The tongue is swollen, like the Bucks Row victim. And the one was partially strangled before being subject to the assault of her aggressor's blade. 2 incisions to the neck from the right to the left, one going around the neck, and the other stopping in the middle, being pushed more. Ugh. He wanted to decapitate this woman. The wound that goes around the neck is shredded and not all of one go. The man inflicted it in little jerks with a very sharp blade. Contusions on the face, a large bruise, but presumably old, and on the right temple. Others are found on the left side of the face with some scratches under the maxillary and the cheek. There is less on the right side. The stomach was totally opened and the abdominal wall was separated into 2 loose parts. To the left and the right of the body, the intestines were detached and placed above the victim's shoulder in order to allow access to the abdominal cavity. It seems that he removed a number of organs. The victim's uterus is missing. Are all of the Sherlock Holmes games this graphic? Just curious. These organs were removed. They weren't ripped out. Quite the contrary. The incisions were precise and controlled, as there are no secondary cuts. This wasn't trial and error, and he only cut what was necessary. It's the work of an expert. There is very little blood on the clothing. The killer knew what he was doing. Here is the kind of tool that he probably used for his crime. A very sharp knife with a long and rigid blade. Perhaps the same as the one that slit her throat. The victim's left hand has a wound, a recent scratch. The victim must have worn a large ring or several small ones, and someone pulled them off forcefully. Certainly the murderer. This information will certainly be valuable. Depends on the case. But this one is very extreme, actually. Okay. Yeah, I was like, am I like being a wuss about it, or is it actually pretty bad? Thankfully, like, we don't see anything graphic, but I mean, I guess that depends when we look at the bodies, right?
Holmes, are you there? Are you sleeping?
I'm thinking, Watson.
Are you ever going to quit these 4 walls? If you continue to shut yourself away like this, I will have to abandon the story of your adventures and write an essay on the fascinating colour of this closed door.
Very good, Watson.
Stop ignoring me. Didn't you say that we need to assess the case of this madman? I, too, can be driven mad, Holmes. I'll order Mrs. Hudson to stop bringing you food. I'll get some straw and a can of lamp oil and smoke you out like a common fox. And if you still don't come out, I'll...
As you wish, Watson.
Oh, Holmes, I despair of you.
Didn't we have stuff we needed to do, though? Like, can we go travel to those places? Should we go check?
I have no reason to go that way.
Oh.
I have no reason to go that way.
Rightio.
I have no reason to go that way.
Then what are we doing?
This is the coal bucket in which Holmes keeps his cigars. What a funny idea.
Is there something I need to do? So this is interesting. this... Ah, these all kind of like... This is like a board of all those little things that we did. The music is quite lovely. What the hell does he want me to do? Holmes, you fucking loser. Get out of your room. Okay, well, there's nothing around here. Maybe we should try to go back to the place where the last murder took place?
Holmes, are you going to come out of there or not?
No, Watson.
Alright.
I have no reason to go that way.
Then where do we go? Items?
Holmes, are you going to come out of there or not?
I am thinking, Watson.
Do you think we should see what her pill thing is?
There is nothing more to do here.
Oh.
The adventure of the dancing men. I remember it well. Holmes examined the broken jar that belonged to Finley's tenant. I wonder what this substance is. I don't recognize the odor.
Oh.
Formalin, Watson. This jar contained formalin. Interesting, don't you think? I've been waiting for something for days. Just the tiniest bit of news that would make sense of this whole matter. But there's nothing, neither from the press nor the police. Unless Inspector Aberline is holding on to some information without realizing its importance, which is quite possible. It is time for you to return to the police station in Whitechapel, Watson. And didn't you tell me that you had a matter to take care of it?
Yes.
Take advantage of it to learn more about this pill and its contents.
Ah, but Holmes, it's late, and spending another night in this district is hardly my idea of entertainment.
Yeah, that place
I know,
is a
Doctor,
little rough,
but we
isn't
don't
it?
have any choice. Time is against us. Take your pistol in case you run into any troublesome characters.
Fine, as you wish, Holmes.
Oh god, we don't have to kill somebody, do we? Gosh, we get there at 10:30? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I figured I probably had to like look around for something. I had to trigger something in the...
Good evening. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all, Doctor. This man, Mr. Richardson, is a witness to the horrid affair at 29 Hanbury Street, the murder of Annie Chapman. We are discussing the relevance of his testimony.
It seems so far away from where this is at. Interesting, isn't it?
You're probably not in a position to discuss it with me, but I would like to know more about what you call the relevance of this young man's testimony.
Oh, there's no secrecy. It's simply that the testimony given by Mr. Richardson doesn't match the time of death given by the coroner, Dr. Phillips.
What was the time of death, according to him?
Before 4:30 in the morning.
But that's what we also said.
My conclusions were the same. Were there any other conflicting testimonies?
Well, 2 other witnesses summoned at the preliminary inquest gave testimony, but in these cases too, the times don't match.
Do you remember what it was they said?
I didn't question them myself. A colleague of mine took down their statements on paper, but on deciding they were of little use, he tore them up and threw them in the bin. There's no point in being bogged down with useless paperwork.
Okay. Aren't we going to talk to him about
I
our
will
thing?
take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
May I introduce myself? I'm Dr. Watson. I am...
You wouldn't be the chap what writes the detective stories in that there paper?
Well, yes, indeed, my stories have been published in the Strand.
Go blimey, wanna tell me old mum?
It would seem your testimony is the subject of some debate.
Wait.
Could you tell me what it was about?
They'll be telling I'm a bit befuddled about the times that I told them. But it can't be so. I knows what I sees and what I don't sees that morning.
What did you see, or what didn't you see? And at what time, would you say?
I'll tell you this for nothing. It's me old mum who lives at the house where the body was found out back in the garden. She has her shop at the bottom to the right of the stairs. Her door was broken down not too far back because it's a real zoo it is. Right, the morning it happened, I head that way to see if me old mum has finally had the place broken into. It was 5:15 when I got there. That I'll swear on me dear old mum's life. I had a look round to see if the cellar had been taken. No. I had a little sit down on the stairs by the courtyard because me shoes were causing me no end of pain and I had a cut and all. I didn't see a single thing below the steps, Doctor, not one single thing. If there was some bird all covered in blood, tain't no how I could have missed that, even if it were night time. Right, 5 minutes after getting to number 29, I had to clip off. And now they tells me that either I can't tell time no more, or I was fixing me loafer next to a stiff that was still steaming. All right then. Evening, gents.
Wait. So does that mean that when you read a Sherlock Holmes book, you're reading it from the perspective of Dr. Watson because he's the one that's technically writing it? I haven't read a Sherlock Holmes book yet.
Yes, Doctor?
So, how far along are the investigations into these two recent murders?
Everyone around
Since
here
that kid
believes
said
both
that he
crimes were
writes them
committed by
in the
same
newspapers?
man. But as for the Hanbury Street and Bucks Row crimes, nobody has heard or seen a thing.
Interesting.
By the way, have you heard of a Dr. Tumblety?
No. Is it important?
Yes. Well, no, maybe. Actually, I don't know. I have heard about this man, his frequent nocturnal outings and bizarre behaviour.
What does this chap look like, Doctor? And where can we find him?
The last I heard was that he was staying at Finley's place, the man who was looking for me a few days ago.
It would greatly assist us if you could ask Finley what your strange associate looks like. We could then see if the description matches any witness accounts.
Aren't we supposed to be telling him about somebody else to clear them?
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Probably yes, at least in the games, he's always the narrator. Interesting. I had a thought when he was like, aren't you the one that writes them, detective?
There is a strong smell of gas.
Stories in the
Seems
newspaper?
to be coming from the abandoned building.
Oh no, the strong smell of gas? That can't be good.
Good evening, Finley. How are you?
Oh, good evening, Doctor. So. And you?
Smell of gas.
It smells of gas here.
You might say, Doctor, without wanting to speak ill of the force, I have to wonder if the police are up to something.
What do you mean?
Well, I was outside yesterday evening when the light went out at my place, and a gas smell came from the abandoned building across from my place. And a minute later, the police arrived and were snooping all around like it was them who hit the gas before arriving.
What?
Have things sorted themselves out with your strange tenant?
Don't talk about it, Doctor. That man is truly bizarre. He goes to the most sordid locations once night falls. 3 days ago, my wife told me she saw him come in with blood-stained clothes and a fearsome look.
I think you're housing for Jack the Ripper, I'm gonna be honest.
Interesting. What does he look like, and how old is he?
Oh, he's my age, give or take, so the other side of 50. He's always dressed in a striking manner, with an American hat. He's big, close to 5'11", I'd say. He has a strange voice, not just his accent, see, his voice.
Huh.
Very well. Goodbye for now, Finley.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Now then, let's go to the police station.
Do you think? Well, I guess if we go up these steps, we're not gonna. Huh. Well, they do share the little thing. I guess I go back to the police station. Huh. So there's gas coming out of there. Oh my god, that guy scared the shit out of me. For a second there, I thought I was playing Resident Evil and I was gonna be like, zombie!
Yes, Doctor.
Tumblety is a man around 5'11", about 55 years old, extravagantly dressed and with a rather distinctive voice. He boards at Finley's. You should know where that is, as the police were there only yesterday. Their arrival coincided with a strange gas leak.
Ah, yes, I know where you mean. Indeed, there was an odd affair with the gas. It was rather unsettling. We were searching for a well-known scoundrel who was ratted out by Squibby, the chap we followed and saved from the pack a few days ago.
Okay, well, why does it
This
still smell
thug,
like gas?
Pity Bluto, must have been in the abandoned building in question. But there was no sign of him when we arrived. Furthermore, an inspector said that, given the smell, the thingamabob that supplies gas to the building was probably damaged. So we took no risks and were called away somewhere else.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Okay. Do we think we can go back here? I guess, I don't know. We didn't really talk to the guy about the right guy, right? He's working on stuff.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Good evening, Doctor. What a pleasure to see you again.
Dang, my mouse froze. Okay, here we go.
Have you finished converting the harnesses?
Yes, just now. I got a little behind because of all the commotion.
The commotion? Oh, they gave us the harnesses.
Commotion?
Don't you start. 3 days ago, the very afternoon that you passed by, there was a chase throughout the neighborhood.
Oh.
Hundreds of people were chasing one man, claiming he was responsible for the murders these last few days.
Oh my
Schmonz.
gosh.
It was awful. I hope those maniacs didn't catch him. Better the police should.
Wow, okay.
Tell me, did John Pizer turn himself in to the police?
Things unfolded as they should. Look in the newspaper, the Daily News from today.
Okay.
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
How do I get a newspaper? Oh, looks like we got it. Daily News, September 11th, 1888. The Whitechapel Murders. There is good reason why, without prejudice to the case of the man who is now in custody, the public acceptance of the maniacal theory should be endorsed and encouraged. There is positive danger in the growth of any other opinion at present in Whitechapel. As we have said, the mutilation of the bodies, excepting in rare cases to further the murderer's chances of safety, is foreign to the English style in the crime. There is a disposition at once, therefore, to set down such atrocities to the credit of some ill-bred and ill-nourished foreigner from the lowest dens of vice in Europe. Wow. So in Whitechapel, there was arising a murmur of ugly foreboding for some of the foreign element there. Okie dokie, Piep. Sheer rumor of the silliest kind was beginning to take an odious precision, and there was arising in the East End a Judenhals, I don't know what that is, more aberrant than that which abroad is due to religious fanaticism. to hate the Jew for his religion, to call him misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spit upon his Jewish gabardine, even metaphorically, is bad enough. But to call him leather apron and to imply thereby his readiness to murder women and practice anatomy with his knife upon them is the refinement of cruelty. There was reason to fear till yesterday that the tendency towards thus insulting the Jews of Whitechapel was growing amid the embarrassing perplexity as to the origin of the murders. Okay, so it's because they thought that this guy that we're talking to at the cobbler, they thought that somebody he knew was the person that they call Leather Apron, who is a part of this community. Okay. The police have discouraged this line of suspicion by acting momentarily upon it, and then proving by the release of the man whom they arrested that there was not a doubt of his innocence. For the happy result, we may look lightly upon the apparent ludicrous error of this arrest. Pizer, the man arrested, was found sitting quietly at home, totally undisturbed by any panic or bloodthirsty demand for the mythical personage Leather Apron. He is said to be a poor, sickly man whom it was not possible to associate with the assassin now so eagerly wanted, and the reporter seemed to have found that the police might easily also have learned that he had not left his house since Thursday last. Pizer, however, will probably not regret his short detention if it has finally put a stop to these anti-Jewish suspicions. The inquest on the body of Annie Chapman was opened yesterday, but without throwing any new light on the murder. As a result of the investigations, the police into the circumstances attending the murder of Annie Chapman at Whitechapel, several men were arrested yesterday on suspicion. The arrests which were considered to be of most importance were those of a Polish Jew named Pizer near the scene of the crime and a man named Pigot at Gravesend. Pizer was released last evening, but Pigot, being considered to be insane, is to be detained under observation. Okay.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
That's all we have? Okay, yeah.
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
So now we can take these to the clinic. And I probably need to have them out of the inventory when I talk to him.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons.
Dr. Watson.
Did you keep the cane we spoke of last time?
I was going to sell it tomorrow, would you believe, having not heard word.
Wow, yeah, I guess it has been a little while, hasn't it?
Here are your harnesses,
about a
Doctor.
week,
They
maybe?
are top quality, I'd say. Definitely worth the price of this walking stick. Here, it's yours.
Thank you. Formalin.
Do you have any formalin here?
No, definitely not.
So that was
they
the
have it
substance in the
university
bottle, right?
hospitals to conserve anatomical specimens in jars. But in a little clinic like mine, we don't keep anything but bad memories.
Wow.
Do you have any
That was a mistake.
No.
I didn't mean to click that again.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Okay. Lady, you're a little scary.
No, it would be better not to insist.
I agree. I agree, Watson. That's funny. That guy's not here anymore.
Good evening, ma'am. Your door was open. Isn't that a little dangerous?
Hello, Doctor. Don't worry, if the looks of anyone who enters doesn't please me, me and my pistol know how to convince them to leave.
Oh my.
Do you happen to know
And it's
Annie
sitting right
Chapman,
there.
the poor woman who was killed 3 days ago?
Dark Annie? Like all the drifters in the area, I've seen her
Welcome
once
back,
or
Pia.
twice. With respect to the dead, And he really was the bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean?
Well, in our profession, the pretty young ones go out when night has barely fallen and don't have a problem finding takers. But poor girls like Annie or Polly Nichols, who aren't as tender and are often sick, sometimes trudge around for a whole night in the cold and the rain before landing a client. And that doesn't help their appearances either. They don't have much choice about paying for a bed for a few hours, a glass of gin or a hot meal.
How terribly sad.
Yeah.
That's the price of survival in Whitechapel, my angel. One of my girls knew Annie for some time. They bought some jewellery on the black market, I think.
Jewellery? How could Annie Chapman have possibly afforded jewellery?
Luxuries for a woman are always relative to her condition, Doctor. As a matter of fact, it was real cheap junk. Annie got 3 assorted brass rings, I think. It's been said I have a memory for jewellery.
Annie was swearing she had 3 different ring marks on her fingers.
How is Lucy keeping?
She's doing well, Doctor. But believe me, it won't last. Rare are the girls who can build a future in our profession.
Okay.
Very well, I shall let you get back to work, Ma.
See you soon, my love.
Okay, but where's that other guy? He's not here. Okay, let me talk to her with the cane out.
You're still there, Doctor?
Yeah, the cane.
I found the cane that was stolen from your client. Here it is.
Doctor, you are a real saint, I can see that. I'll finally be able to present my bill to this damned painter. If by chance you see him, tell him that a little surprise awaits him here.
A bill!
You told me you would give me some information on this Dr. Tumblety.
Agreed. He's a Canadian or an American. He parades from time to time through the neighbourhood in a 50-guinea suit and acts like a doctor. But for business, he isn't worth it. This damn
Acts
Yankee
like a
hates
doctor.
women. The few times that he was approached by the girls, he spit on them, all the while hurling insults. It would seem that he was hunting for the bad boys. He's looking for trouble, that animal.
Does he frequent any pub in particular?
Aye, the Wasp's Nest on Burner Street, I think. A seedy spot even by our standards.
Okay.
How is Lucy keeping?
She's
Very well, I shall let you get back to work, Ma.
I would definitely
See you
say
soon, my
that our killer definitely does not like women. Just a hypothesis. Just a thought. So when she said that, I was like, oh, that is a good point. Conclusions. Annie Chapman's rings were worthless. So the murderer stole her rings, but they were worthless. Okay, so we have a new spot. Wasp's Nest Pub. Oh boy. I'm a
The
bit...
Wasp's Nest. This pub looks even more disreputable than the Golden Lion in Baker Street.
Oh boy.
Good evening, sir.
It'll be the coup of my career, Governor said. Ha! You'll make loads of doss of the paper, he said.
Okay.
You're a journalist?
That's so. Tom Bulling at your service. The Whitechapel ferret, the wizard with the scoop.
You don't appear to be in a state to write anything, my friend.
You're mistaken. Whiskey passes through the blood and turns into ink. Simple. You see, mugs and inkwells are all the same.
Don't you think you should settle your tab and go home?
My red ink? Where's my red ink? I won't even pay half a halfpenny if they don't return my red ink. It's my blood you hear.
Okay.
Very well,
I
I'll
think
be
you've
on
had
my
enough.
way.
Oh my god, did he just hiccup in our face?
Good evening. Would you happen to have seen a Dr. Tumblety? A man of a
Hey,
certain
isn't that
age
that guy
dressed in a
back there?
flamboyant manner.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
Why does everyone keep calling us Gov and Govna? This guy, isn't this the little fucker that we found the cane for?
Good evening, sir.
Well, I know you. Why, we met at Miss Pullman's the other day. So you've come to slum it in Whitechapel, eh?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tumblety? A Canadian or American chap. Quite an extravagant dresser. Frequents this pub now and then.
Are you intimate?
No. What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just wanted to prove my discretion concerning this man. In so much and so far as I know him. You wouldn't like it if one day the tables were turned and everyone was talking about why you were in the borough. Isn't that so?
What?
As it happens, I saw Miss Pullman recently. She told me that she couldn't wait to see you again. She said something about a surprise that is waiting for you at her establishment.
A good
Why,
call,
that is some of
Watson.
the best news I've heard, my friend. As thanks, I would like to let you in on a secret. The man that you were talking about, and whom I happen to know by sight, passed by and went through that little door that you see over there. Another man let him in. They weren't together for more than a few minutes, to be sure, eh?
Well, I will continue my search.
Ah, love.
But
Oh,
what
God.
is this person trying to imply? This matter is beyond me.
He's trying to imply that he thinks that you guys are lovers. I'm kind of appreciating this like smoke, this hazy smoke effect from the cigarettes. We'll talk to this guy just because he's here.
Greetings, my good man. Could I have a pint?
Oh, Dr. Watson. As a doctor, you should know better than to drink something
Here,
from this
Gov.
establishment. Here, Gov.
I've been told that Dr. Tumblety might be found around here. Is that so?
I don't do a roll call of all the drunkards here. I've got my hands full just making sure I get their money.
Yeah.
Don't people pay when they order?
Nah, look at that little scribbler there. Completely dead drunk. Tonight's tally is about as long as his arm. If he skips out, I'll be in for a guinea almost.
I don't know what that
Goodbye, my
means. I
friend.
apologize.
That's it.
Wait, I can go back here? I can grab something
This
here?
is the sink where the barmaid puts the glasses to soak. Look, red ink. What's that doing here? The bottle is closed. There must still be some ink inside, and it looks like a glass. The barmaid must have put ink into the sink by mistake.
Right. Do I get in your way? Me?
If you'll excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Hey, you can't go in there. It's private. Got it?
Okay.
You're the best. The boss told me. My red ink. Well, where's she be?
Where she be?
I found your red ink, my friend. You should settle up and head home.
Thank you, my friend, thank you. The spring-heeled phantom will be revived.
Who is literally missing his red ink. So... oh, Luigi's Mansion 2, Pia? The last area? Is that a pretty big game?
Hey, You can't go in there, it's private, got it?
I don't know what to do then. Or something in my inventory? No.
Oi, what'll it be to drink, Gav?
Gav?
Okay.
What's behind that locked door over there? Can I go in?
Not likely. And let me be unless you're wanting a drink, got it?
Oh, God.
Here you go. It's on the journalist, my friend.
I owe you one. The next one is on me. What'll it be?
Nothing, thanks. But I may need your help.
Yeah, we need access
Listen,
to
my
it.
friend, I would like you to let me in the door over there.
You're a bobby? A peeler?
Absolutely not, my friend. I am a doctor.
Fine. I owe you this at least. There's a bloke behind that door there. No pity Bluto. Let's just say he wants to lay low for a moment. So I don't think he'll be opening the door just now. Unless... Tell him you have word from Squibby. That'll open the door. But who can say what'll happen when the door closes?
Haven't we heard Squibby before?
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
Oh, so the game is huge. The first was entirely in a mansion, a very big one. But this one you get to explore many different areas. Well, that's cool that you get to explore a lot more areas rather than just the mansion. Very cool.
Let me in. I have news from Squibby. But stay calm.
And who are you? Where's Squibby? He's out.
To be honest, I don't actually know this Squibby chap. I was actually wondering if you knew Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American fellow. He came in...
Sure we know him.
Excellent. Can you...
You know about gas?
I'm afraid not. I am a doctor.
Then I ain't interested. You can be leaving now. But if I find out who snitched to the peelers, I'll find you. Got it?
But I can pay you for...
Keep your coins for the paupers, or one of the gas boys who ain't afraid of nothing and knows how to hold his tongue. You bring him to me. I'll meet with you.
Bring who? What am I doing? Bring him a boy? But find out who snitched to the peelers, I'll find you. Keep your coins for the paupers or one of the gas boys who ain't afraid of nothing and knows how to hold his tongue. You bring him to me, I'll meet you. Okay, maybe if we leave, he'll say something. Okay, we might actually have to do something first before we do stuff for that guy. I do believe I have forgotten to... Because we have this pill in our inventory. He didn't really ask us to do anything. So, that's why I'm confused.
Could you tell me what type of pill this is?
Yes, we have those here. It's not really a medication. We give them to patients with chronic respiratory conditions like tuberculosis.
Oh.
Did you have a patient by the name of Annie Chapman, the woman killed 3 days ago?
Indeed. She came in the morning of her death. Poor woman.
Did you give her these pills?
Yes, now that I think of it. She actually came in twice. The first time I gave her an almost empty container without making her pay. She came back during the day and said she dropped the container and stepped on the pills. She wanted to know if I could give her more again without paying. I refused. After she left, a patient who was there told me that he lives at the same place and confided that she had been lying. He saw the pills fall in the tenement's communal kitchen, but the woman immediately wrapped them up in a piece of paper.
Where did this paper come from?
According to this man, she'd found it near the chimney in the kitchen.
Anyone could have thrown that paper there. That envelope can't have anything to do with the murder.
Pardon, Doctor?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself.
Interesting.
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Okay, so now I have nothing left in my inventory. No, I don't really know. Do you think we should try to go back and talk to that guy in the pub? He didn't tell us to really look for, to like grab stuff for him.
No, it would be better not to insist.
Okay.
Tell me, is it...
Maybe not.
Leave me alone.
Oh my god, the hiccuping for the drunks is really good in this game. Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do for this guy. If I go to the place that has the gas coming out, which is right over there. I can't really progress.
You're in a rush, my pretty? Come, I'll have you done so quickly you'll only have time to pay.
Oh my god, I thought that was the lady. You know, the lady from earlier? Shit, my bad. And Watson didn't say anything to me.
Here are the ripped statements. I can piece them together again.
Oh, we have a puzzle. Okay, this is fine. Probably goes there. Yeah, we have a puzzle. I don't know where these go. These obviously go along the side, but this looks like... Oh god, I don't know. There's too many corners! This one's probably down there. Do you think that there's two puzzles? So like all of these aren't going to go in the same one? Okay, so that testimony doesn't fit with this one. Okay, hold on. We might have gotten in ahead of ourselves. Testimony of A something. Okay, we're making some more progress. Or they added extra pieces in to make it confusing. Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe there are pieces that don't fit at all. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking either they added extra pieces. Oh, this is how it goes. It's a newspaper? Potentially, so it's 2 and 2. Okay, we figured it out. It's 2 pieces of paper. That one's probably gonna go there. That one probably goes there, maybe? Oh, this one goes over here. Yeah, this is a pretty cool puzzle. Yeah, I don't know yet. That one goes there. I was very confused at first because I was like, how are these all gonna fit? You know?
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
Agreed. So we have... It look like 2 of them, but it's only showing me. Maybe it's combined. So testimony of E. Long. So that must have been one of the guys that was in there. That guy that was in there. On the morning of the murder, the witness left her domicile at 32 Church Street at approximately 5 a.m. to get to the Spitalfields Market. She was passing down Hanbury Street at about 5:30 a.m. The witness was certain of the time, as she declares that she heard the clock at the Black Eagle Brewery on Brick Lane strike the half hour just before she entered the street in front of 29 Hanbury Street. She saw a man and a woman talking. It should be noted that the witness identified the body of Annie Chapman at the morgue as being the aforementioned woman. This identification was solicited by our services. The man seen with the victim is described by the witness as follows. Age, at least 40 years old. Height, a little taller than the woman with whom he was discussing, approximately 5 feet 3 inches. Clothing, brown deerstalker hat, dark coat, a doubt on this point. General appearance of the working class. Particular markings, dark hair and mustache. Dark face, looks like a foreigner. The witness only saw the man from behind and couldn't be able to recognize or identify him. And the term foreigner is often associated with a person of Jewish origin. Oh boy. And then we have the testimony of A. Kadosh. The witness resides at 27 Hanbury Street, the building adjoining number 29 of the same street, and the 2 respective backyards are separated by a wooden fence, tall and thin. On the morning of the murder, the witness got up at 5:15 a.m. and went to the yard where the latrine was. It was then 5:20 a.m. On going back into the house, the witness heard voices from behind the fence coming from number 29. The only word that he understood was no. He went into the building again, but returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later, whereupon he heard a noise as if something fell against the fence. He then departed for work. When he passed in front of the Spitalfields Church, it was approximately 5:32 a.m. Old police report concerning certain arrests. April 1886, so this is a few years prior. At gunpoint from the White Plume Mountain Inn, also called the Kayak Affair, 5 years, Dartmoor. Benjamin Benny the Scholar, okay, I'm not even going to say that word, 46, hounds ditched, falsifying bank records, using false bank records, misappropriation of funds to the detriment of the Royal Bank of London, 8 years, Dartmoor. Jacob Levy, 30, Aldgate, theft of a weight of meat from his employer. Hyman Sampson, butcher, at 58 Goulston Street, Whitechapel, 20 months. And he was sent to the asylum. Interesting. Ron Obvious, 26, address unknown. Vagrancy, embezzlement, indecent assault, degradation of a religious building to the detriment of the authorities in charge of the Chichester Cathedral, City of London, lunatic asylum, indeterminate duration. I can't scroll through this. This is just old stuff.
An old report on arrests that took place a few years earlier. Well, It would seem that I have all the information I need for my investigation. Anyway, this fellow Bluto at the Wasp's Nest is rather shady and doesn't look like he'll want to cooperate. I'd be better off returning to Baker Street. Holmes will certainly know what to do. And besides, I am worn out.
Okay, perfect. So I don't even have to worry about that Bluto guy right now.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. There we are, Holmes. I've told you in great detail everything that happened last night.
8:30 a.m.
Excellent.
Dang. Watson, do you get any sleep? What is
A horrible
happening?
murder in Hanbury Street.
Do you think we are now in a position to
My
find
game-
out the identity
my whole
of the
computer
murderer
just totally
of these
glitched.
2 women?
No, I don't think so. It's outside of our scope and not our responsibility. As much as you've done for Leather Apron and the affair with the pills, our mission is to help the police by ensuring that they don't get caught up following false leads and to
Is the
point
stream
them in
still
the right
there?
direction. Let us start from what we know with some certitude. As you have just said, it is almost certain that the same person killed the Bucks Row and Hanbury Street victims. The reason to assume as much are numerous, and I shan't elaborate here. What do these 2 victims have in common?
What do the 2 victims have in common? They didn't have anything in common. They knew people in common. They had the same profession. I mean, we can only assume that, right?
It's true these 2 women were in the same profession, but...
Indeed, Watson. These 2 women were both prostitutes. That is of vital importance, Watson.
My memory from your examination of the scene is rather hazy. Didn't you say something about the killer's frame of mind?
I was talking about the victim's possessions that were placed on the ground and the rings missing from Annie Chapman's fingers. This killer is a cunning predator, comes from a rather humble background, and shows steely self-control in carrying out the murders.
Something is puzzling me, Holmes. Richardson's testimony contradicts the time of death given by Dr. Phillips, which also matches my own, 4:30 a.m.
And yes, we shall confirm that, Watson, and attempt to determine the precise time of death. In order to do that, we will need to place everyone involved on a timeline. Only after that will we be able to place the knife symbolizing our killer. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Timeline. Timeline. I don't know why my whole PC just glitched like that. That's so weird. Whoopsies. Okay, so determination of the exact time of Annie Chapman's murder in Hanbury Street. So we have a few things. So the estimate of the time of death according to Dr. Watson and Phillips is 4:30 a.m. Okay. And Sherlock and Watson arrive at the crime scene. I thought I would put it up here. What am I doing? Help. Select from the inventory the dialogue and the 2 documents which will permit you to determine the time of Annie Chapman's death in Hanbury Street. So what? Select from it the inventory, the dialogue, and the 2 documents, which will permit you to determine the time of Annie Chapman's death in Hanbury Street. Then place the objects or the characters representing these testimonies on the timeline. Listen carefully to Sherlock Holmes' instructions, which might ask you to modify them. Once all the icons are properly placed, Sherlock Holmes will ask you to place Jack the Ripper's knife at the exact time of death. Use this document as proof. Okay. So we have nothing in our inventory. We have dialogues. We have 2 documents. I think these I'll have to use. Okay. I don't know. How do I move things up here? I mean, I have all the stuff, right? Or I guess I'm missing 2 of them? They brought up on this one. What about what she said about Annie? I can't use it as evidence. Well, I have all of the evidence, right? Well, I think I have to take this one away. So maybe this one isn't correct? Because the other ones I can't change. What if this... When we talk to the doctor about it... When did he say she came to see him? Would that matter? Where is it? Clinic. Where's the other one about the clinic? Am I going in the wrong direction? No, that's up. Right here. Can you tell me what type of pill this is? We have those here. They're not really a medication. We give them to patients with tuberculosis. She came the morning of her death. She actually came in twice. The first time I gave her an almost empty. She came back during the day. Huh. I guess that's not very helpful. I wonder if this would get used. No, nothing changed. None of these can be used, so only dialogues and documents. So let me see. We have estimate of the time of death, according to Dr. Watson and Phillips, is 4:30 a.m. Miss Long sees a woman speaking to a man near 29 Hanbury Street. So that's from one of the testimonies we put together. And then there's one piece of evidence that applies to two of these that we need to find in our stuff. So that's the thing. Which one are we missing? I have nothing in items. None of these can be used. So I feel like it's got to be a dialogue with someone. So... I mean, this one says the extremities of the corpse are cold. But it keeps putting an X up top. What came after this? The formalin? Mr. Richardson. Is he a different one? This is a different one. No, it didn't change anything. Yeah, but isn't this the same as this? No, these are different. Ah, that was the right one. Okay, that was the one we were missing. So the estimate of death... Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna move these. I have to move them? Aren't I done?
Our next witness is Albert Kadosh.
I have to move these things.
Let's put the time of death as assessed by Dr. Phillips on the timeline.
Okay. Oh, it's actually got the legit numbers. This is cool.
The assessment of the time of the murder given by Dr. Phillips and yourself, Watson, 4:30 a.m.
Very cool. Okay. Time frame. Timeline. So Miss Long sees a woman speaking to a man near 29 Hanbury Street. So now we can click on that. It'll pull up the thing and it'll tell us. We can use this for information. She was passing down Hanbury Street at about 5:30 a.m. The witness was certain at the time as she declared that she heard the clock. In front of 29 Hanbury, she saw a man and a woman talking. So we can put her at...
Now, for the most important part,
5:30?
The testimony of Miss Long. She claims to have seen a woman speaking to a man near 29 Hanbury Street sometime around... What time, Watson?
5:30.
Let us assume, therefore, that Miss Long's testimony is, as is most certainly the case, true. She places her meeting with the victim at around 5:30, claiming to have heard a clock chime on the half hour at the moment when she enters the street.
Yes. Then Richardson arrives at his mother's at 29 Hanbury Street. She has a shop. It was 4:45 when I got there. That I swear on my dear old mom's life. So he got there at 4:45.
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival and departure times on the timeline.
His arrival was 4:45. And then he left when I got there. Five minutes after getting to number 20. Okay, so hold on. It was 4:45 when I got there. So it was 5 minutes after getting there. I had to... So 5 minutes after for him?
Now, let's put the Richardsons' arrival and departure times on the timeline. Despite the great respect I have for Dr. Phillips and the value I place on our friendship, my deepest conviction is that both of you are mistaken and that Richardson is in the right and that these two testimonies put down in writing have real worth.
But how? Explain yourself, Holmes.
Remember how you assessed the time of death? You touched the fingers and body of the victim, but it was remarkably cold for this time of year. In addition, the corpse had been drained of bodily fluids. Its heat retention was therefore no longer the same as that of an intact corpse.
Egad! You're right, Holmes.
Yeah,
I've had some time to research, Watson.
Given these facts, my first diagnosis may have been off by half an hour, perhaps even an hour.
Thus, we can confirm Richardson's statement and establish that the murder was committed after 4:50 a.m. and not before 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, because I was just about to say, like, what was the weather like and stuff? So Mr. Kadosh is in his garden for a few minutes and then he goes back and he hears voices. Witness got up at 5:15 and went to the yard where the latrine was, and it was then at 5:20. Going back to the house, the witness heard voices. Oops.
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline. Albert Kadosh goes down into his garden at approximately 5:20 and on re-entering his home hears voices in number 29's garden.
Okay. He hears a fall against his garden fence a few minutes after going back up. He went to the building again but returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later. Whereupon he heard a noise as if something fell against the fence. Four minutes later?
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline. Kadosh goes back down into his garden approximately 4 minutes after having left it and hears the sound of an impact against the wooden fence.
I hate that these are overlapping. Oh well. Then he leaves his place to get to work. He then departed for work. When he passed in front of the church, it was approximately 5:32.
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline.
Should we do it at 5:32?
Kadosh leaves the garden, enters his house, then leaves for work, seeing the clock on the Spitalfields church showing 5:32.
And then they arrive at the scene. When did they arrive at the scene? I knew it was 6 something.
He left the station at 6 o'clock and it took us 20 minutes to arrive at Hanbury Street.
So yeah, it was around 6:20.
Our arrival at the scene occurred at around 6:20. Given the distance separating the two locations, we can deduce that the corpse wasn't discovered after 6 o'clock and therefore that the murder must have been committed before. Excellent, Watson. All our people are now in place.
Yes, but Holmes, Miss Long claims to have seen the victim at around 5:30. But according to Kadosh, someone, most certainly the victim and her murderer, was already in the garden at 5:30.
Excellent observation, Watson. It must be noted, however, that these two witnesses, Long and Kadosh, saw the time shown on the clocks in the area, which are often inaccurate and went by their empirical and, in this case, erroneous estimate of how much time had passed. Thus, neither of these two times can be considered reliable.
Do you mean to say that these two testimonies might match?
Indeed. Let's put Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30.
Miss Long's testimony 2 minutes before 5:30.
Let's add Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30 a.m.
It would be 5:28.
Mr. Kadosh claims to have passed by the Spitalfields Church at 5:32, which, given the distance from 27 Hanbury Street, would mean he was still at home at 5:31. Let's therefore put the end of his testimony at 5:31. Miss Long heard the man say to the victim, "Will you?" to which the victim responded, "Yes," which would suggest that an agreement was reached and that the transaction was imminent. They then proceeded to enter the garden, which puts the voices heard by Kadosh at 5:29. We had thought that Kadosh had left 27 Hanbury Street at 5:31 after having heard an impact against the fence. Thus, 2 minutes passed between the moment when Kadosh entered the house after having been in the garden the first time and the moment when he returns to go out again and leave for work. How long did he estimate this interval to be? 3 to 4 minutes. In light of all this, Watson, we can finally establish the time of Chapman's murder. Now, place the knife at the exact time.
Oh, God. $5:30?
Now then, taking into account that the local clock isn't exact and that a young man was off by a minute or two in his estimations of his comings and goings, we can confirm Miss Long's testimony and place the time of the crime at approximately 5:30.
But in that case, Holmes, the man that Miss Long saw is none other than...
That's right, Watson. It was the Whitechapel killer.
To think that Miss Long and Kadosh were only a few feet away from him.
Indeed, Watson. Had Miss Long passed just a little closer to the victim and her assassin, or had the young Kadosh popped his head over the fence out of curiosity, the killer would most certainly already be behind bars.
That's some stroke of luck he had there.
I couldn't agree more, Watson. But his luck didn't end there, given the mutilations inflicted upon this poor woman. What must be considered above all is the killer's obvious wish to remove one and only one specific organ. His surgery pinpointed the exact spot, avoiding superfluous incisions. This suggests the man possesses at least a minimal anatomical knowledge.
Are you suggesting a doctor or a butcher?
Perhaps, but the possibilities are still too broad to conclude with any certainty. Now for the motive. Despite my almost complete lack of practical experience on the subject, I have a rather precise idea of the usefulness of a uterus and a vagina. Nonetheless, once they are separated from their usual envelope, I am more circumspect as to the uses one can make of them. What do you think, Watson? We need a board, Watson.
We need a board?
What are we doing, Holmes?
We need a board, Watson.
Okay. Do we take everything off the board? Okay. What could have been the possible motives of the crime? Specimen for the sole purpose of study? Black magic? Cannibalism? Trophy? Or money? In the medical university environment, students easily have access to a number of specimens.
Perhaps it was intended as a study specimen.
I have little faith in that theory. Hardly anything was taken from the Bucks Row victim.
Correct. No indication would suggest any type of ritual. Oh, I played a Jack the Ripper game, point and click like Sherlock Holmes. This reminded me of that one. Ooh! Piep, will you send me the title of it? I'd be very interested. Because this has been fun.
Black magic?
Watson, this line of investigation is far too vague. We don't have a single clue in support of such a motive. We can eliminate this hypothesis.
Okay, so I'm going to keep these at no because he doesn't seem like he thinks so. Dementia can push men to commit incredibly vile acts.
Holmes, what if it was cannibalism?
Even if the idea is unbearable, we can't ignore it as a possibility.
Trophy? For this motive, it would have been easy to quickly remove something from the Buck Rose victim, Polly Nichols.
A desire for some sort of morbid trophy?
I'd be inclined to dismiss this motive. If this were the case, why would nothing have been removed from the Bucks Row victim?
And then money to supply human organ trafficking?
Money, quite simply.
Even if this motive seems incongruous, we're in no position to deny or affirm it until we know whether a market for human organs exists.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like you know any of these. Like you feel like any of these work.
Black magic?
Watson,
yeah, I think I have them in the right place.
Is far too vague. We don't have a single clue in support of such a motive. We can eliminate this hypothesis.
Perhaps it was intended as a study specimen.
I have little faith in that theory. Hardly anything was taken from the Bucks Row victim.
Could have been, though. Cannibalism? Dementia can push men to... I mean, I don't think it was cannibalism, but...
Holmes, what if it was cannibalism?
Even if the idea is unbearable, we can't ignore it as a possibility.
Okay.
A desire for some sort of morbid trophy?
I'd be inclined to dismiss this motive. If this were the case, why would nothing have been removed from the Bucks Row victim?
Money, quite simply.
Even if this motive seems incongruous, we're in no position to deny or affirm it until we know whether a market for human organs exists. Elementary.
Right,
what emerges from these possible motives for having removed the uterus from the second victim is that they implied that the killer could have carried out the same thing on the Bucks Row victim, yet didn't.
Or he's really trying to confuse everyone.
Conclusion. Our killer has evolved in the space of only a few days, and if that's the case, had he already struck before the first murder to which we attribute him? And if the killer strikes again, what atrocity awaits his next victim?
We have to stop him, Holmes.
We shall do our best. This recent business of jars filled with formalin and of the American doctor might be a lead. Watson, inquire among medical circles to ascertain if there is a black market for human organs. The chances are slim, but this must be pursued.
Very well. What about you, Holmes?
I will send word to Inspector Aberline regarding our recent conclusions. I should also like to become a gas man and pay a visit to Bluto at the Wasp's Nest.
Ooh.
Understood, Holmes. I think one of my old university colleagues who works at the London hospital will be able to help me. I shall write him a note at once. He should be able to see me during the day. Afterwards, shall we meet here?
Yes, Watson. See you later, and good luck.
I must get to the London hospital, where my old university colleague works.
Ooh, okay. We control Dr. Watson. London hospital.
To the London hospital, quick. My colleague agreed to meet me here in one of the London hospital rooms reserved for students.
Ah, John, you're there already. Punctual as always. Tell me, you don't seem to be in good shape. Is it possible that your recent marriage is making you this morose?
Damn.
Ah, you know me well, Andrew. No, it's a strange and terrible affair that concerns me. Have you read my note?
Yes, I admit that I was surprised. It just so happens that I, too, was asking questions about our morgue.
Ooh, organ trafficking.
What do you think? Have you heard of any organ trafficking within?
No, John. No doubt there exists some exchange between colleagues. Not quite legal, of course, but nothing that can qualify as trafficking. Since the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted the use of unclaimed corpses for science, the black market trade was definitely halted. There are sufficient subjects available for all practitioners and students. Of this I can confirm.
Interesting.
Well, organ trafficking as a lucrative trade is out of the question. Then what is troubling you with the morgue?
You are talking about trafficking organs, but I suspect there is trade in whole bodies.
What?
What do you mean to say? Whole bodies are disappearing?
Well, it's confidential, but I know of your discretion and your friendship with the famous Sherlock Holmes. I can tell you that a few corpses have recently disappeared from the hospital morgue.
Whoa.
Cadavers that were intended for dissection. That is to say, not claimed. Poor, unknown people.
Whoa.
If a single corpse had disappeared, it might have been a bad joke. There are many students who pass through here. It's even a meeting spot. For the majority, they are here to work. A few come here in secret to practice. It also happens that instruments or organs go missing. Nothing alarming, but so many corpses. It's very troubling.
Oh my goodness.
But the hospital doctors aren't doing anything?
No. That is to say, they would prefer not to call the police at this point. An investigation would no doubt result in the suspension of authorizations for the use of unclaimed corpses. Do you think that you could intercede on our behalf with Sherlock Holmes to clear up this situation?
Which corpses are missing?
Which corpses are missing?
I don't know exactly, but I can make an exact list if you would like to wait here for a few minutes. Feel free to look around the room while you wait. It'll bring back memories.
Thank you, Andrew.
I, was looking at the
It's here that
jars
students come to carry out their experiments.
over here that look like they have
The last lesson must
little
have been about the human heart.
things.
And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
See all these things over here? Ooh, there's a lot we can do. Okay.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Oh, okay. We're gonna take...
This surgical instrument resembles a screwdriver.
Oh.
How amusing. It might come in handy. I will return it later.
Okay.
This rag is full of grease. It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work here? These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgical instruments. This wheel won't roll despite all of the added grease. Curious, as Holmes would say.
Yes, I would say very curious.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long.
Oh.
And it looks like the drawing on the board.
There is a heart?
This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Oh no. Okay, we gotta find stuff? Okay, we'll come back. So we'll do something with that later. Okay, we got everything over here. I was like, oh no, another lock. Okay.
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Got it. Oh, a skull.
An encyclopedia
Oh, an
of
encyclopedia.
anatomy. A page on the human heart is dog-eared. Let's see.
Oh, that could help us. Numerous imaginous structura. Yep, that sounds like Latin, probably. Okay. Aorta, atrium. Okay, we'll probably need that for the little combination lock. Okay, nothing else over here.
I have no reason to go here.
Oh. It was Latin. Sometimes I think it's Italian.
I am missing some information.
They do seem a bit similar, eh? So I think
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long.
I think I'm missing a
And it
piece of
looks
this.
like the drawing on the board. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Yeah, I need 2 documents as proof. I don't know where the other one is. Where are you?
The last lesson must have been about the human heart. And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
There's nothing? I didn't even think to go back here. I wonder where the other object is.
I have no reason to go here.
I think that's still the board. Yeah.
The last lesson must have been...
Okay.
This rag is full of grease. It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work here?
Well, it shows the wheel, right? I wonder if I need to use this for something. Do I take the wheel off?
A message.
Ah!
Why the devil was it hidden here?
Ethan Levy, 7 years. Son of Sarah and Jacob Levy. Jacob Levy, isn't that name familiar? Hospitalized May 18th. Syphilis. Damn. Treated with mercury and penicillin. Grave condition. Advanced stages. Possibly an eminent subject. Watch carefully. The magnet is in the heart. Use this board and erase it afterwards.
An old prescription. Poor child, so young, yet terminally ill. Strange, someone scrawled something. Part of it is in Latin. These are instructions, it would seem.
Yes, it would seem. No worries, Biff. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a great night. We'll see you next time.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long. And it looks like the drawing on the board.
So I gotta put this other one.
Contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Yeah. So the other one. So we have boom, 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 boom. I don't know which way we're gonna... Oh. So we have the vena cava superior, which is number 1. Atrium sinistrum. Atrium sinistrum, which is number 8. 1 and 8? Do you think we should just put it to 9? Because we only have 2 numbers, right? And then valva aortae. This one, which is 5. And then this one, which is 2. 5 and 2 is 7. I don't know. Maybe I should do one at a time. So this one is 1. And then that one is 8. So maybe I'm doing them wrong? Oh, I'm using 8, but I think it's actually 5.
Look, there was a bit of paper stuck between the 2 lids.
Okay. Message from the heart. 6. Okay. And then we have the atrium sinistrum, which is this one, which would be 8. This is blue. And then we have truncus. Is it this one? Truncus pulmonalis, which it looks like 2.
Incredible! Someone has hidden a magnet in this heart. But to what end?
So I thought it was 8. Oh, I had it. I don't know what I was doing. We got there though, thankfully. So now we have a magnet. Items. Okay. Should we go see that guy now?
I have no reason to go here.
So what do I need a magnet for? What am I waiting for?
These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgical instruments. It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Oh.
Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here.
We can go to each of the things. Number 6 is a different color though. I don't think I noticed that before.
Incredible. There is a magnet with a hook behind this pane of glass. I am in need of something.
Oh. We have a magnet. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh.
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
What the fuck was that? A hook. Glad to know it. A dang old puzzle.
I have no reason to go here.
Okay. Nothing over here. Do we need a hooker over here? Doesn't seem like it.
I am missing some information.
I don't know what or where.
A hole.
Oh.
I can make out something inside, but how to get it out? I will need a hook.
Okay. We actually
I
have that.
found it.
What did you find?
A coded message. I do believe I will need Holmes.
Okay.
Here is the list, John. The missing corpses are those of a woman, 40 years old, beginning of August, another, 55 years old, 2 weeks ago, and recently, a young woman. These corpses
I
have
knew
nothing
it was
in
going to be
common
all
except
women.
that they didn't have any apparent lesions.
All of this is very troubling. Well, I think that I have all of the information possible, and I promise that I will do what I can to clear up this business. I must leave you, my friend, and...
In the name of our friendship...
Please, don't cause a stare.
To be sure. Thanks again, Andrew.
It is I who must thank you, John. Don't forget to keep me up to date and say hello to your charming wife for me.
Count on me, Andrew.